Hello, what's up, everyone? Welcome to Fun Speculation and PM in the PM. Pong is on his way. I just got here myself, and we're going to be doing a special thing today because we're going to be doing the State of Play co-stream. Pong should be here any minute, and then we'll go right into a regular version of PM in the PM. But I want to thank everybody here for watching tonight, and shout out to Bold Alpha Wolfpack getting us started easy with the 5 Fun Speculation memberships ready to get the stream started. Appreciate you and everybody else being here ready to get going. And if you choose to watch this with us, appreciate it. And we're going to have some fun today because, well, this whole thing's apparently been fucking leaked. So we, I guess, know what's going to be here. I don't know. We'll see if the leaks are accurate, but they seem to be. And I'm curious if the leaks are real about it. I'm not going to say what it is in case you're watching and you have been avoiding the leaks, but if the leaks are real and you've seen the leaks, where does that put this show for you, everybody? Where does that put the State of Play? Is that, I mean, expectations should have always been in check for this. So I had a Mavcast last night, and I was talking about what to expect here, and we came up with a list, but it seems like it's nothing to be crazy excited about here. I guess if I was to, piggybacking off of the conversation last night, if I was to be excited about one thing, it would be potentially what is Concord? What is Concord? What is it going to look like? What's it going to play like? I've wanted more multiplayer stuff on PlayStation for a while. They got Helldivers 2. This is going to be another one. We talked about the possibility of Astro Bot last night as well. What is it exactly? What's it going to look like? What kind of platformer type game will it be? All those kind of things. So yeah, it'll be interesting to find out. And I don't know. There's not going to be anything huge here, I don't think. Unless they have the potential one more thing. And if they did have a potential one more thing, maybe it could be like the announcement for Ghost of Tsushima 2. But I doubt they would do that at this if it's such a mid show anyway. It'll be interesting. I'm getting the stream set up here. I'm gonna have to stretch my screen out a little bit and stuff to get ready. So bear with me. Want you guys to be able to see this in all of its glory. I hope y'all are doing all right. See, we got Bold Alpha Wolfpack here. We got Calorie, Brandon Martin, Buzz, OCD Gamer, Prince Green, Alvin. What's up, Alvin? Let's see who else we got. Sirve, how's it going? Let's see, Silver Lab Guy. What's up? What's up? Hope you all having a fucking awesome day. It's Steel Rain, the one and only Steel, hanging out. I don't know. I'm kind of like wanting a good show from Sony, but I don't think that's what we're gonna get. Where are we at? I don't want to shit all over this either. It's the State of Play, right? I think more so, it's interesting that they don't have why is there not like a regular show right now? And maybe it's because they're gonna have one later this year, like in August, where they announced like a PS5 Pro. That's been my speculation. That's been my thinking on this whole thing. Is maybe that's why we're only getting a State of Play now. Oh, you're here in time, Pong. Dude, you just...
Oh, I told you I'd be sliding in, bro.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Up,
Chat, I'm assuming we're live. Chat,
yeah,
what's
we're
going
live,
on?
bro.
Bro, I told you, man. I actually cut off like 8 minutes. I was like, yo, I think I'm actually going to make this. Let's go. Oh,
I don't
the gas
have I didn't have time to set it up properly, so I don't really have our cameras like...
Don't worry about it.
But I got you on cam now, so everybody can say hi.
Perfect.
To you.
Cool. Hi, chat. Good to see y'all. Welcome to a special edition of PM and the PM, Pong and Mav and the PM. So we're going to co-stream this damn Sony show and see what's going on. See if the leaks were all right.
What do you think? Are the leaks real, Pong?
I think the leaks are real. They sound legit.
So too. So, yeah. There was nothing on there like, oh, that's fake. Like, it almost matched what the list we came up with last night. I was doing a stream last night, and like, we were trying to think of things, and it's pretty much the same thing that we came up with. So there was some surprises on there. Like one, I don't want to spoil what it was, but one thing I think you're going to be excited for potentially.
Yep. Yeah.
But it also you could not be excited for it if it means what we think it could mean.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna find out.
But I know you like these kind of games, so
yes, I know, and it means something else too. We'll talk about it afterwards if it actually happens. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting little nugget there. So we'll see. Yeah, Chad, great to see you. OCD gamer, I appreciate you. Suns up, shades on. Let's go. Appreciate it so much for doing that. But thank you all for joining us today. We're gonna have a fun time. So we're gonna do this co-stream, and then we'll get into some topics. We'll obviously talk about some of the other things that's happened this week. So, are you gonna be playing sound through here, or should I?
I'm gonna pull it up on the actual stream here.
Okay, cool.
No, I wasn't gonna have to stream that small.
That's what it's worth, man. I'm just gonna give him a little corner.
Yeah. It's like...
Oh shit.
There we go.
Serve pause while your bottom's blurry.
How's that, chat? Is that good?
Blurry at the bottom of the bar. I'm not seeing a blur on my screen at all, guys. I'm joking.
All right, Concord, I honestly, Pong, it's probably what I'm most excited about to find out what it is.
Yeah, I want to see what it looks like. I mean, again, more than just a burger.
Right. You want to see more than a burger?
Yeah, I want to see maybe some fries this time. Show me some fries. No, yeah, I definitely want to see what Concord's like, for sure.
I wonder what happens if... Oh, look at that. Hold on. What is it? Okay. I'll go back to this one. You love a countdown for a countdown? Me too, Jasper.
Hi everyone, I'm Asad Kizilbash,
Sorry,
Head
Asad.
of Product at PlayStation Studios and Head of PlayStation Productions. I'm here to welcome one of the newest members of the PlayStation Studios family, Firewalk. This team brings together some of the most talented developers in our industry, with an incredible pedigree in the online multiplayer space.
Subtitles?
We announced their first game, Concord, last year, and today they're revealing gameplay captured in-engine on PS5. But first, here's an extended vignette introducing some of the cool characters you'll find in the Concord galaxy. Enjoy.
Did he say... Did he just say win? Crater City. Intercept Blue Buddy accepted by North Star Crew. Not actual games, obviously.
Really?
Oh, I thought this was what it looked like. Oh, boy. A few moments earlier. Is this gonna have a lot to do with food?
Oh, jukebox.
Wasn't the plan.
It was a spontaneous, creative decision made after years of careful research.
Being really old and almost dying a bunch doesn't
I
count.
got a
as
Star Wars
research.
vibe
Almost
going on
dying
here.
is the best way to learn how not to die. Besides, it worked, didn't it?
How much longer for the upload?
A few more minutes.
This is gonna be on PC day one, I think.
Tight with hot sauce. You'll like it. Trust me.
Yeah, good.
Do not trust him.
That means it has a chance.
Where's this coming from?
It's coming from you back on the ship saying, trust me, we're professionals. We'll stick to the plan. We can do this. And then that.
Pursuing free gunner suspects now on the run, causing downtown.
That was not the plan.
Technically, it was a plan. It just wasn't the same plan that we started with.
If we don't leave with this blue buddy,
Amar, we will. We will.
Kate says this looks cool, honestly. Yeah.
I'll be waiting
I'm getting a
outside.
Guardians of the Galaxy vibe.
I was gonna say that
Yeah.
from the beginning, bro. Yes.
No one moves. We'll be taking this off your hands.
With the characters.
What? This? Funny.
looks like Angelina Jolie.
Slow them down a little for you. Meet at the rendezvous point.
Wait, what? Where's the rendezvous? I didn't catch that.
Copy that, Bill.
Yeah.
Shield out! Well played.
You are wounded.
Fine. They only got one of my legs.
How are those hands? How bad is it?
That's who you're gonna be, Paul.
You're still mad at me?
Probably.
Lennox!
Got him.
One off. This is you.
Got it!
I am developing a taste for destruction.
Yes, this is the burger game.
Goodbye.
This would be a very dishonorable way for us all to die.
Don't worry. Nobody's dying dishonorably. And also, we're bringing this back with us. Hey, Mark. What are you doing?
Getting us to the rendezvous point.
Perhaps we should have let go also.
One off. Do not dare.
But we were supposed to stick together.
If you let go,
would
I
never leave me.
swear I will rain
Oh,
vengeance.
look, there they are.
Hi.
What the? I am glad you avoided a dishonorable death.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Or something.
I knew this was gonna work.
This wasn't the plan.
Well, it just wasn't the one we started with. All right. Another
35
satisfied
minutes
customer.
RCD.
Goods delivered. I send everyone their cut.
Ooh, yeah.
So do you, carry it around with you for emergency bland situations or whatever?
Hey, Mara. Don't joke about something like this.
Our next job is somewhere with less
We'll
scaffolding.
have no scaffolding. Zero scaffolding. I promise. We were apart for so long. I thought I'd never feel your fiery embrace again.
You sound ridiculous.
Guardians of the Galaxy extraction shooter.
Concord is a 5v5 first-person shooter
Okay.
set in the vibrant sci-fi universe of the Concord
So
Galaxy.
no
5v5.
In Concord, from the moment you log on, you are part of the crew of the North Star, a group of guns for hire
You
known
need
in our
gameplay now?
galaxy
Yeah.
as free gunners. Free gunners are those lucky enough to be free to roam the stars. They take high-stake jobs on worlds across wild space, where they face other fiercely competitive free gunner crews. Here's the very first look at the gameplay of Concord.
All right,
Free
here we go.
gunning. It's hard work, but it's our work, and we don't take it for granted. Being a free gunner means, well, you're free.
Right on target. Yeah, you better run.
Free gunners have a shot at making something of themselves, a chance to be someone.
It's Overwatch.
Need a second to fix myself up.
Why not?
And in the wilds, it's anyone's game. You won't survive on your
Yeah, it
own.
looks like Destiny
Target
PvP.
blinded.
Yeah.
Finally, to battle.
It's a hero shooter, right? 5v5 hero shooter.
Endless rage!
We risk our lives every day to do the job.
I'll clear the way. Time to show them the big guns. That's me.
This crew will go anywhere. Take any job. Face any enemy. the Free Gunner crew of the North Star. And together, we're going to make our mark on this galaxy.
Destiny as a franchise.
Yeah, but Destiny's MP has not been anything.
Yeah.
They've abandoned it.
The crew is gathering. Would you like to join us for game night?
Okay.
With Concord, we leaned on the strengths and background of our team to make a tight, well-balanced FPS that feels great to play. We focused a ton of our attention and our tech on building a strong gameplay foundation with tight core movement, precise visceral shooting, and expressive abilities.
We ended up finding ourselves influenced a lot by fighting games and even strategy games, in the interesting way that the asymmetry of their characters makes every fight, every matchup feel really different.
Leaning into the asymmetry of the characters, really pushing the possibility space of two different characters colliding, it's all about creating opportunities for improvisation. That's where we can get out of the way and let players find their own magic. We also have abilities that are meant to have impact beyond direct combat. Deployable gear that can persist throughout a full game, so whether that's multiple rounds of a mode or multiple respawns across a match. There are healing pads, bullet blocking domes, explosive traps, lane blocking walls, all kinds of ways to support your team or disrupt your enemies. Coordinated teams can set up and plan ahead, and depending on where and when it happens, players can shift the battlefield to their advantage.
We've got everything from mystics and medics to gunslingers and sparked robots. Every character brings their own unique personality, skills, and wide-ranging perspectives to the crew. Every week, when you log into Concord, you will be welcomed with a new cinematic vignette that will give you a chance to see our characters off the job. They will feature ongoing narrative arcs that grow the characters' stories and relationships and unpack the broader Concord galaxy.
Why are you kissing a tchotchke?
We're excited to share that we'll be hosting a pre-launch beta in July, followed by Concord's global launch on August 23rd, 2024.
Is it free to play, or are you gonna have to pay for it?
Oh, it is this year. They made it. I thought they were pushing everything to 2025. August 23rd, huh? Okay. Good launch window.
Pre-order, so it's not free to play?
So it's not free to play?
Oh, well, PC, it's not going to have a chance. Jasper was just saying in the chat, like,
yeah.
In order for it to really have a chance on PC, it's got to be free to play. I mean, you got so much competition. I mean, on the console themselves, they'll get some players because they don't have as much first party, I guess, but I don't know.
You seem like a
So was that 10 minutes of the 35 minutes then?
I guess so. Those are big games this year, right?
Calm and reasonable person.
Oh, PC. Here we go. PC launch. Let's go.
You don't really want war, do you, Kratos?
War is coming. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok.
Do you think this will make PC players want to buy a PlayStation 5 Pro to get the next God of War?
They already did. 5 million of us to play first.
When it burns me.
Odin's got tricks up his sleeve we haven't dared
Never
to
gonna
consider.
happen.
We have guests! They're too fast! Look out!
Ultra wide support.
Nice, yeah.
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written.
September 19th. You gonna get it, Pong?
Nope. I don't have any interest in God of War.
Yeah.
I've been real about that. People might have thought I was joking, but I've been real. Like, I don't have any interest in playing it.
Soldiers
This
and
is, I
officials
think, where the
alike
winds meet.
oppress the people for personal gain.
No.
And the people must turn to thievery for food.
Omega Force.
This is Dynasty
Perhaps
Warriors.
this is heaven's way of lamenting the state of the
here we go.
land. Men are powerless.
Here we go. Dynasty Warriors. We're going to talk about this
But even
afterwards.
so,
Tech
Not because
is Koei
everybody's-
Tecmo,
someone
the new
must
Square.
Correct, sir. I love Dynasty Warriors. Okay, copied the meme. Big battles. Love to see it. They might be finally stepping up a little bit even more. Love me some Musu.
Is it steel? Right on. Dynasty Warriors Origins.
Going to focus on a character, create your own character, maybe? A nameless hero?
They didn't say exclusive, Pong, so now we're going to all question if it's coming to Xbox.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should be coming.
It's coming to Xbox. So it doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means then.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Really transported to Mirrorland. To Mirrorland.
The path of a stylist is never easy. So, are you ready for it?
Love the fucking jazz.
Ready.
Oh yeah, this is great.
This is awesome. Let's go.
Hey!
Steel, it's got outfits. You're in day one.
Hey! We live in a magic world full of possibilities.
You're really killing the vibe here, man.
We can take pictures. We can.
What is this? What is this? I don't remember this being on the list. Which one is this?
Photo magic. Ride on jellyfish in the air.
That's pretty. I'll give it that. Yeah, it is. It's all about photo mode.
Infinity, Nikki,
Princess. Yeah, it's all about princesses. Okay.
Infinity, or is infinity
with a dark twist?
You?
Test in Q3.
Stars.
There's a story.
Interesting. The fuck was
her.
that?
I like her.
I have seen the miracles you so clearly.
I don't know what that was. That was not on anybody's list.
Until the towering shadows vanished into the mist.
Is this Phantoms or the? No, what is this?
I pray for their grace.
Oh.
But all that came were inferior shades.
What's this?
Why do we have to bear the consequences of such power?
Time. War.
Okay.
Mortality.
Classes. See you.
These
Is this where
shall
Wednesday?
not fall
No.
into your treacherous
No, sir. I'll tell you where it wins. Where wins me. I watched Steel play it.
Wayward emissaries.
This is looking good. Oh, this is that one that we were waiting on for years. Oh, what was the name of
This desolate land.
I like this.
Needs a sprinkle of.
Is it gonna be Soulsy though?
I don't know. It's a question. She had a bow, so I don't know. Well,
Remember,
yeah, kind of, maybe. Kind of looks
no
that way,
matter
doesn't
what
it?
happens, we did not betray this world.
And you wish upon a star. Ballad of Antara. Never heard of that before. 2025.
That's pretty dope. From a new studio
Cool,
too.
yeah.
Works. They're finding all these studios over there, man. Telling you.
Was that wasn't the Middle East game? I don't think.
I don't think so.
That seemed like Japanese inspired.
That seemed Eastern. Yeah.
Yeah. Skydance. Oh, PSVR 2. Okay,
Yep.
I'm out.
I thought I could be a hero.
Skydance does great work.
break
So,
the
I mean,
curse.
again, for anybody who's got
But I
VR,
was a fool.
you got something. It's probably gonna be pretty good.
There is no hope here. And the gods that walk among us thirst for death.
Remember, everybody, stay tuned after the show. We'll have our regular PM and the PM.
Yeah, maybe that was the one I was thinking about, James. Lost Soul aside, maybe.
I'll put you in the ground.
Pretty cool for VR. So.
I mean,
The
yeah,
power
for
of
VR.
our God is immeasurable.
Yeah, it still doesn't make me want to go buy a VR.
Thought I could be a hero. But heroes don't survive the Forsaken Lands. Only monsters do.
Behemoth. I don't think that bow's gonna work on that.
Exclusive. End of the year. First party. Or no, it's not first party.
No, Skydance.
Skydance. Damn it.
They almost got to win.
Almost. Another one? Yep.
I just got a question. Does it move the needle?
Alien. Who's Alien?
Does it move the needle? Everything has to move the
PSVR?
needle now.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're doing that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess in the VR world, sure. This
Will
will.
it move the needle for the PS?
This will move the needle in VR.
Because there's a
I can't
needle
ima-
that exists.
I can't
that's,
imagine this.
moving up and down constantly, right?
Steel, if we get to 10,000 subs, you're playing this on stream.
Yeah.
We're going to buy you a VR headset.
And you have to play it naked and in the dark.
Never. I would die.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson. I'm back on State of
I
Play
would
to
die.
introduce more
It'd be
exciting
over
titles
with.
coming
I'd
to
have a heart attack.
PlayStation. Starting with a highly anticipated PvP shooter, playable
I'll
soon
do
on
it, he says.
PS5.
Marvel. NetEase. Oh, this is a Marvel Rising. Over the Overwatch game.
All realities converge here.
Is this Concord? I'm having
Destiny awaits. Stronger together.
There's Venom, Steel.
Who needs a power up?
So, did you see the embargo agreement that people that played the early thing had to accept?
Yeah.
for this?
Yeah, and then they changed it after all the
Healing
pushback.
power. I'm back, baby. 3, 2.
I mean, it does look cool. I think
So
it actually
the
does. For an
focus
Overwatch
people
clone.
that have played it have actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Which was surprising why they had that agreement like that. Like let the game speak for itself. You know? But yeah, it's always looked solid. It just looks a little too much like Overwatch. But
Yeah. But I'd rather play this than Overwatch. just 'cause
yeah,
of the
yeah.
characters.
I think it's an art style thing.
I like the destructibility too. Destructibility is nice.
Okay, let's see how mankind
It's over for
has conquered
Concord.
space.
They destroyed their own game by showing Marvel's Rivals.
Yeah. And this is this free to play? This is free to play, isn't it?
I believe so.
Marvel Rivals and not Rise.
Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, Rivals.
Closed beta, PS5, so they got the closed.
Everstone.
Oh, Spider-Man. They got a special Spider-Man outfit. Let's go! Selling consoles. Is this that Phantom Zero or whatever the heck it is
Phantom
that we
Blade
saw?
Zero, yeah, probably.
Yeah, Phantom. Yeah. That we didn't know if it's real or not.
Let me tell you, this one looks
Oh,
a
no,
lot.
it's-
Is this?
Is this Where Winds Meet?
I don't know.
Seal, this is Where Winds Meet, right? Oh, this is Phantom Zero.
If this is Phantom Blade Zero, it looks a lot less impressive than their original showing.
Well, you knew that.
Yeah. I mean, it still looks great. Don't get me wrong. But the other one was like, what the fuck? You know, it was like, that was Where Winds Meet. Okay.
Yeah, Where Winds Meet, right. I was going to say. Looked exactly what he was playing. Yeah, that looks
I
fantastic.
mean, there's so many games that look so similar, though.
Friends and fans.
Steel's got
It's easy to
gameplay on
get
that.
these
Anyway,
I'm
was co-op.
super excited to welcome
Yeah,
all
it
my
is.
pals
It's-
back
especially
to
if
the
we're getting
annual
so much from the East.
Blackwood Winter Getaway.
But they look great.
Oh, nice one.
You can't hide from me, Michael.
Oh, you're going down.
Why does this exist?
Until Dawn.
You mean so much to me that we're all still here together.
Fight the break of
I feel like someone's watching us.
Just going out there. Let's make this one trip we will never forget.
Mike, Emily?
I was down there.
You were?
It was horrible.
I don't want to make hasty decisions that get everyone killed. No! We should stay put right here until dawn.
Jessica!
You can't let me die!
I don't understand that one, honestly. But it's okay. Whatever.
Well, leakers were right. They're teaming up with Path of Exile too.
Yep.
Ogum was once a peaceful
Xbox has got Diablo. This is a good move on their part too.
Further into madness.
What did it say? Exclusive?
No.
Famine.
Okay.
No, but just getting the rights. Just getting the marketing rights.
Association with
councilmen.
Yes.
Once
because Path of Exile 2 is going to make a run at Diablo.
Right. I think they'll do. I mean, free to play, right? It'll have a huge player base. It looks awesome.
Yep, it's going to be amazing, bro. Beta's not until later this year, so they'll probably have PS5 exclusive beta.
Right. Yeah, like early beta access.
Yep. Yep. But yeah, this is going to be dope, man.
I must be the one to face this nightmare.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
But I need not do it alone.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
This year, man.
So freaking good.
Early
Yeah.
access.
Early access, late 2024. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Silent Hill.
I'm sorry. I was just...
It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
So far, looks better than the last
for
trailer.
Silent Hill.
Yeah.
I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it?
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
No, you shouldn't be here. I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please.
please.
Much better than the first showing.
Capcom announced this next game last
Yeah.
December, offering just a glimpse of what's in store for their celebrated franchise.
Still, that,
Today, I am so
like,
excited to
amazing.
share the first full gameplay trailer
But
for
that's
Monster
fine.
Hunter Wilds.
It's not Capcom. So.
Right, exactly.
As soon as we find a good
Looks
spot, we
been
can
on.
get things set up and ready to go. And then we can get started.
This is gonna be great.
You bet.
Monster Hunter Wilds.
I hope we find them
Yep.
soon.
Speaking of Capcom.
Yep. Capcom don't miss.
What's up, Bob?
Incredible.
Character models looking good.
I've never heard of a Karatnoth herd this big before.
One of them's got big spikes on its back.
Now to lead it away from the pack. We'll make for the desert.
Right. The sandstorm. Now commencing the hunt by order of the guild.
I'm excited
Ooh,
for
that looks
this to
good.
come out when I have friends to play it with.
I like the animation.
Monster Hunter Worlds, like when it launched, like nobody on my friends
I
list
played
played
solo.
it.
Yeah, I played solo.
Yeah, I did too. So now when this comes out, we'll have a lot of fun.
Yeah, Stephen Avery, they said it was 35 minutes today. Yeah, I love the animation on this. Definitely watching this one back in 4K.
I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
I'm digging it. Is that it? One more, maybe?
Maybe one more. Some people said that there might be a one more.
I thought there was supposed to be like Astro Bot potentially here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Astro Bot was supposed to be
Waiting on Astro. Is this it? It's got it. Yeah, here we go. Yep, this is it. This is their big reveal, I think. Like, hey, look what we got! Surprise this year. Type game. Game of the year, Paul.
For sure. Take all the Keeleys.
You guys think I'm kidding? This could show up as a Game of the Year. People have a lot of love for platformers.
Yeah, there's a lot of Astro Bot fans too. Happy for them. I mean, again, they should get a full game like this instead of just a tech demo, right?
Yep.
So I'm happy for them. Yep,
Be
they
sure to
got
visit
one.
PlayStation
There it
blog
is.
for more on the
Let's go.
games you just saw, as well as
Got two now.
PlayStation.com for the
Concord
latest
map.
on Days of Play.
go.
This global celebration runs through June 12th.
That's what I'm saying,
With deals
Calorie.
on PlayStation
this
Store,
is gonna get
great
a lot
new
of like
content
love
coming
because
to
it's a
PlayStation Plus,
platformer
and
coming
much
out,
more.
like embracing the PlayStation brand and stuff. Like, I think Xbox should do a game like that. Like, why not? The Xbox won't even make a Banjo.
PlayStation.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's
That's
it.
all she wrote.
Okay. All right.
That's all she wrote.
I think with them doing the whole Astro Bot thing at the end, and I don't know, are they going to have a big showcase this year, or was this it?
They're supposed to. The smoke is August, September.
Okay,
they're
that's
going to announce the PlayStation 5 Pro, and they're going to go all in on hopes and dreams.
That's what I've been speculating. That's what we've been speculating. But like, I don't know. Why not? If that's the case, why not save Astro Bot for that show?
Because they wanted to let people know they have stuff this year, right? Part of the roadmap,
right?
So they show Concord, they showed that, plus they had their second and third party deals. So they've got 4 or 5 games in 2024 to end the year. So they wanted to get that out of the way and just let everybody know that there was games there. I'm sure.
Okay.
Because the PS5 Pro isn't going to have anything ready, right? Unless they've got a remake or something ready to go. I don't think they're going to have anything for the PS5 Pro specifically, obviously. So that'll be the hopes and dreams for next year then. And obviously they're leaning into Grand Theft Auto 6 next year coming out and pushing a lot of consoles. I mean, you can kind of see the writings on the wall.
Okay.
So, but we'll see.
Okay, Asante says Astro Bot is the only one getting his money. Honestly, it might be the only one, like, out of all the games we saw here that I might potentially buy also, because we like platformers and maybe my daughter might like it too. I don't know.
A lot of these games, so I've got an article up here with all
as
this
far
stuff.
as,
I got
some of them are free to play, right? Like,
and a lot of them are multi-plat. So already confirmed.
Okay, so can we go down that list?
Yeah, let's go down the list here real quick. Let's just go down the list. Let's cover everything that we just saw, everybody. So that was the State of Play. Thank you again, all of you, for joining us. We are going to do our episode of PM to PM, just kind of a special time because we had the State of Play right before. So thank you all for joining us tonight. But yeah, let's talk about what we saw. So first thing out the gate, obviously, was Concord, right? We know that's going to be PlayStation 5 and PC, of course. Does not appear to be. I was checking to see because they said pre-orders, so I was hoping something would go live. I haven't been able to find. Let me see if I double check again here. Pre-order. Let's see if anybody's got it up and live, or if that was going to happen later. I don't think it's up and live yet anywhere. If anybody finds it anywhere, yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. So it does not, since I said it pre-order with pre-order bonuses, it's going to cost money, so it's not free to play. I mean, Mav, we kind of talked about it while it was happening, but obviously a little bit of Overwatch, a little bit of Destiny. Obviously the Firewalk team is got a lot of former members of Bungie. I'm sure, the gunplay from what we could see looked good. Obviously being former Bungie devs, I'm sure they know how to make gunplay well. Characters for me were hit or miss. I like some of the writing. You probably saw me. I was smiling during some of it. There's a couple lines in there that were pretty funny. Some of it was a little bit overdone. I think Mav, you said it first, Guardians of the Galaxy, they said they're going to have, bits and pieces of story to fill out the characters while you're playing through the game. Okay. All right, fine. Is it bringing anything new to the table? Is it doing anything different than we already have 50 plus games out there, other than it is a first party, multiplayer game for Sony, right?
Right.
Did you see anything that you thought was doing anything different?
No. I mean, at first when the trailer started, I was like, okay, what is this? Because it looked pretty cool. But if you watch Call of Duty multiplayer cinematics, they look amazing. If you watch Apex Legends seasonal cinematics, they look amazing. Fortnite, even with the trailers they have, sometimes are crazy and all this stuff. And it's like, oh, what is this? And then there's just you don't spend your time watching these short cinematics for the season or whatever they have that look amazing and fun and stuff. You spend your time playing the game. So the cinematic trailer looked cool. It's interesting setting up the world, but is it going to actually matter?
Yeah.
It's going to matter how good the gunplay is, how good the gameplay is, how good the mechanics are, and how fun it is to play, and how competitive and engaging it is to drive you to want to keep playing it. And we'll see. That's going to be something that's up in the air. I will say that they already have a lot of competition in the exact same space, right? Tons of games. And I'm curious on the price point. Because that'll have an impact. Remember, Helldivers 2 was palatable like $40, right? At launch, right? At 40 or 50. I forget exactly how much. But it wasn't the full price $70 type thing, and the PC community embraced it as well. I think but it also was doing something different than other games, right? Like when you look at this, it looks like Overwatch, it looks like Destiny multiplayer, it looks like kind of a blend of these different things, 5v5 hero shooter kind of thing. And we'll see. I mean, it's got a chance, I will say. I'm not just going to write it off or whatever.
Of course not. Yeah, no.
But I'm glad that they're doing multiplayer stuff. I just
wish
it was a little bit more original,
This is what we talked about. We're not the only ones saying Guardian of the Galaxy. There's already a couple articles out there saying that too. No, I'm just, I'm obviously happy that we didn't just get a cinematic trailer, because I thought that's all they were going to show. But they went in and showed a lot of gameplay, which is what we needed to see, especially for a game coming out this year. It's just, again, that space is filled. I am happy they are trying it, but the hero shooter space, you got to remember when they started this game, right? So it's full. We got the finals out here, basically for free. It's a free to play game that, obviously did some big numbers. I don't know what it currently is doing, but it's very hard in that space. But I'm happy that they're trying, right? I'm happy that they're trying. And it doesn't look like shit to me. I mean, it looks like quality game. I mean, I like the art direction. I certainly like the cinematics. Some of the characters, again, hit or miss for me, but some of it sounded pretty good. It sounds like it looked like they were going to have a big lineup of different characters to choose from right from day one, which is awesome. So yeah, it's got a shot. Again, on PC side, charging when everybody's got so many free to play games, that's where the question's going to be. It's really going to have to stand out for it to catch fire
against their own properties too.
Right.
Yeah. Which is kind of strange.
It is. But at the same time, that's going to happen, right? Xbox has got some competing stuff too.
I'm surprised we didn't see the final shape here.
Yeah. I thought we might get a trailer, at least just another trailer.
Did they not show that because they were showing Concord, and it's like they didn't want to show two games that look almost the same,
Well, maybe Sony leaking final shape this morning for 5 hours was their trailer.
Right.
Maybe that was what their plan was for marketing. I don't know. It is weird.
With that again?
Everybody had access to it. There was people that found access to it. They got access to the full-fledged game, and it was on Sony. It's been confirmed. It was a Sony problem on PlayStation 5 that allowed users to access the game.
On the cloud, right? Yeah.
Yes, for 5 hours today before they shut it down. So all of it's out there. I was looking at all the guns and weapons. Everybody's got screenshots of everything. Some people are throwing the full story out there and everything else. So bad news. But anyways, back to Concord. I'm just glad they're doing it. I'm glad they brought on a team like Firewalk. Firewalk, again, has a lot of veterans, of shooters. So I think this is probably going to be a quality shooter. It's just whether or not it can take off. But I'm happy it's here. I'm happy they're doing something. And I'm actually kind of surprised after what they said. They pushed everything to 20. They said they had pushed all their games as a service to 2025 at least. I'm surprised that it's here for 2024, but it made it. So that'll give everybody something to do on PlayStation 5 towards the end of the year. Hopefully the PlayStation 5 community shows up for this multiplayer game and plays the hell out of it. It's obviously a response, you know, again, to the hero shooter spot. Obviously they started this before the ABK acquisition, but it's probably good that they have their own, and they got to take these chances at some point. So happy to see it. It looked good. Again, anything stand out? No, it didn't really stand out to me, but a lot of those games, obviously with hero shooters, it's going to be in the gameplay. It's going to be when you get your hands on it and feel what it is. Now, price point, that's I'm waiting to see what they're going to charge for this thing.
It seems like much. Okay, so there's console shooters that are successful usually, and then there's like PC shooters that are more. This seems more of like a PC shooter to me, like something that would have a bigger PC audience for some reason.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I think that has a chance to be something, but it's competing against other games that are already well established in the scene. Like,
it's always tough.
And when okay, so let's say they get a good player base going for Concord for a little while on and I'm going to talk about consoles specifically on the PS5 consoles, because like, and then Call of Duty comes out.
Yeah.
Right? You know, like the typical PlayStation casual gamers playing more Call of Duty than any hero shooters, right?
Yes. I mean, again, from what we've seen, for sure. I mean, I don't know what the split is for like Overwatch or whatever, but then you also got Marvel Rivals.
But even for the audience that's there for the hero shooters, they already got Overwatch.
Yeah.
And they also
now you're gonna
got
have Marvel. Now you're gonna have Marvel.
Yeah, then they have the Destiny Destiny multiplayer, and then you have Marvel Rivals.
Yes.
And
you already got Helldivers too.
Yeah, you got Apex Legends still. I mean, you got like all these other games.
Yeah.
The finals, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It just seems like I'm surprised when they went multiplayer wise. Like, I'm not trying. This is the kind of game they wanted to make, so I'm happy that they're making those developers are making the kind of game they want to make.
And again, this started a while back, so I mean, again.
Yeah, but why do we fucking see the same game over and over and over again from these companies instead of like the obvious wins?
MAU, Mav. They want to hit. They want to hit.
Make fucking SOCOM.
Right. Well, I mean, we've been screaming that from the rooftops, but nobody's listening.
That's where the hole is. That there's nothing out there like it right now.
I know.
How many fucking hero shooters do we have? We have so many. I was super intrigued when I saw the cinematics. I was like, oh, is it? Because I haven't really paid honest attention to what this fucking game is. All I knew was it had a jiggly burger in it.
Right? I haven't said anything until now.
But now we know exactly what it is, and I'm kind of like, oh, I've played this game 20 other times, and there's a bunch of fucking clones out there already. There's the same kind of games out there that looks like it could be good. But why? Why not do the shit that we want instead of something we already have?
Yeah.
We already have this game.
Yeah.
10 times we have this fucking game.
I understand. Everybody's saying it in the chat too. SOCOM, Resistance, Killzone, Twisted Metal. Like, seriously.
They've done exclusive PlayStation games like this game that have failed before.
Yeah, but they're trying again. They're going back to the well. And remember, this is when they started this when Jim had 12 games in the pipeline, right? Yeah. It survived. So it survived all the cancellations.
This could end up being the best fucking hero shooter out there.
Bungie obviously saw all their friends over at Firewalk Studio and said, "Yeah, let them ride." They didn't go in and say not to, this isn't good enough.
Maybe just because it was far enough along that there was a chance it was actually going to release. That's probably what got it the green light.
Probably.
But
again, they've got something for the end of the year. It's a multiplayer game. We're gonna watch. This is gonna be fun. This is fascinating to me.
I don't want to spend money on this game.
Right. I'm not planning on buying it day one.
Even for PC, unless it's like $20, maybe. Right?
Maybe. But again,
I don't know, why would I when I have Overwatch and I could like.
Right. But it's gonna. Right. No, I mean, I'm in total agreement with you. Again, it's just something that they obviously have to try, and they're gonna
other game they fucking showed at their own this same show, Marvel Rivals.
Yes. And Marvel Rivals is free to play, right?
Right. And has Marvel characters in it.
Correct. Right. Right. If I was betting on one of the two, I would bet on Marvel Rivals. I mean, again, even if it is a straight up Overwatch ripoff, chances are people are going to gravitate just because of the Marvel characters. So, but again, we saw more of it. I can't complain here at all. I won't complain because they gave us a full CGI trailer, like really good. I mean, they did a nice job on it, high quality, and then they gave us 10 minutes of gameplay with a breakdown. So, I mean, hey, well, you can't ask for much more. Whether or not we agree that this is going to be the game to take off, it doesn't matter. They showed us, and it's coming out this year. So, again, that's great. Yeah, nothing exciting. I mean, nothing that blew my mind at all, obviously. But again, I'm not the hero shooter guy either. Maybe there's some hero shooter players out there going, hell yeah!
With the cinematics, I was like, oh, this is looking great. This is looking awesome, And then I'm like, oh, okay, it's this game. Again.
Man. Well, and Mav, next up, we got the evolution of PlayStation at a state of play after they haven't had a showcase in years. Everybody fiending for games coming to the console, exclusives, first party, whatever. They bring and roll out God of War Ragnarok for PC, brother.
Yeah.
God of War
they
Ragnarok.
Did have a showcase last year. It just didn't really count because it was all full of games and service games. Right.
Correct. Yes. Pretty much. Right. But God of War Ragnarok is here. God of War Ragnarok for PC is here. So everybody that's held off, all the PC players that don't give a shit, don't have FOMO, will wait you out. Now get to play God of War Ragnarok. I'm happy for everybody who's God of War fan that doesn't have a PlayStation 5 right now. It's awesome that they're bringing it. Again, this is the evolution. I love to see this. Obviously, I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima right now. So, I mean, again, I am partaking in it. But God of War Ragnarok, as I've always said, played the first one for 4 or 5 hours, I think. I said, hey, I understand why people think it's a good game, but I like the originals much better. So I'm not interested in playing this game. Maybe some dead time 4 or 5 years from now, if the industry suddenly doesn't put out as many games and this thing's on sale, the complete package of God of War, maybe I'll go play it. But I have no interest, but I'm happy that they showed it off here. It's great. Again, we've been saying this for years. They need to do this. We're going to talk about what Herman Holst had to say a little bit later with the comments this week during the interview about day and date and all that kind of stuff that everybody seems to want to run with, even though, again, we've been talking about this for a long time. We told that, again, plenty of people have told everybody, including us, they're waiting to launch their PC storefront before they go day and date. So they're going to try it. But anyways, God of War Ragnarok looked great. Everybody who held off, congratulations. That is coming out in September of this year as well. I'm sure it'll probably do decent numbers over on PC. So, Mav, are you picking up on PC?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I am just curious, though, if there will be enough PC players that are going to play God of War Ragnarok and buy a PlayStation 5 Pro to play the sequel whenever it comes out.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna talk about Herman and Hideki's. All right, the double H's were out with their strategy, and boy, oh boy, we're gonna talk about that.
Yeah, I'm curious. Is it gonna work?
I think it's all lip service. I think, if it's not lip service, it's delusions of grandeur.
Yeah.
So again, lessons need to be learned. They are completely inexperienced with PC.
September.
I don't know how. They don't know. That one
September 4th, I think, maybe 24th, something like that. I thought it was a 4.
Let me see here. September 19th.
I was
on PC.
Completely wrong. September 19th.
You were. 9 and 4 kind of look alike sometimes. All right. So September 19th, PC, God of War Ragnarok. Everybody go enjoy that if you are been looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Next up, Mav, Koei Tecmo. Could this be the new Square Enix? Obviously they got Rise of Ronin, right? That is an exclusive. Now, don't know about this one yet. It didn't say exclusive or anything on it. This article is not stating that it's going anywhere else. Okay. So maybe this is going to be another Rise of Ronin situation, but obviously Omega Force, if you guys don't know, huge Musu fighters. Okay. Musu fighters, Dynasty Warriors. All right. Samurai Warriors, Warriors Orochi. You probably have heard of them if you don't play them. I love Musu fighters. Played them with my kiddo. I've played them forever. I loved them back in the day when they first started popping up. So I love the series, and I love Omega Force and what they do. So this is cool to see. But this is Dynasty Warriors Origins, and it's coming next year. And according to the article, and again, this article was listing out, and it's from IGN, so it's the best one that I could find because everybody else's is all messy. But they have been listing the ones that are going multi-plat in here. This one doesn't say anything about that. It just says Dynasty Warrior Origins is coming to PS5 next year. So in a PlayStation blog post, Dynasty Warriors Origins producer Tomiko Sho revealed that for the first time in the Dynasty Warriors franchise, Origins will depict the chaos of the three kingdoms, which is totally cool. That's why I said, look at big battles. There's always a lot of fighters on the screen in Musu fighters, but man, there were some big battles in there with players taking control of a nameless hero. More interestingly, Show revealed that Omega Force is leveraging the PS5 technology to create an all-new Warriors-like battlefield that will provide massive armies as far as the eye can see. So if he's using that language, I'm assuming this is an exclusive. I'm assuming this is a deal with Koei Tecmo, at least for a time. If he's talking about leveraging the PS5 technology to be able to do the battlefields. Okay, BS, but anyways. So could Koei Tecmo be the next Square Enix, man? Since Square is now stated clearly that the philosophy has changed, new CEO is like, we are done. We got problems. We need to bring our franchises everywhere, and it seems like they are, right? There's no question about it. We got a tease at a Dragon Quest, some of the old Dragon Quest this week coming back as remakes, and it's going everywhere. So again, it seems like that's legit. Have they turned to Koei Tecmo? Rise of the Ronin. Now we'll just take it as it is. When he's talking about leveraging the PS5, I'm just going to say it's exclusive, like Rise of Ronin. Is Koei Tecmo the next Square Enix? Are they going to start taking the bag from Sony now? What do you think?
I think that there's probably just a marketing thing. Like Wo Long was also Koei Tecmo, right?
Yes, it was.
So that was a Game Pass deal. I think they're more or less just doing different deals and kind of pulling what some of the other Japanese publishers have been doing before. Yeah, they had done also the exclusivity with Rise of the Ronin, but who knows exactly how long that will be for as well. That could be a timed thing. Don't know for sure. I think it was partially published by PlayStation, but I'm not 100% on that. So eventually we'll find out, but I think this is more than likely, if I was to make a guess right now, this is probably one of those deals where they're not allowed to announce for another platform for like a couple days.
Possible. Yep.
That would be my guess right now, that they're not allowed to talk about other platforms or whatever for like a period of time.
Which we've seen Xbox do as well. So
yes,
I mean, it's possible.
That would be my assumption.
Because that was Wo Long, wasn't it? Wo Long was that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It was announced for Xbox. It was announced
and then it was
for Game
like 3
Pass.
days later. It came out later that it was coming everywhere else.
Right. Yeah, that's a good call. It's a good call.
That would be my assumption.
Because I was thinking like, okay, if they're going to do this, that's fine. But I can't imagine Musu Fighter locking it down. Because again, that genre, sure, it's got a nice fan base, but it's not like a seller, man. It's not like crazy. So that would be weird. But I guess we'll find out. We'll find out.
They have a fan base on Xbox as well.
They do.
Like, it just didn't seem like the kind of game that would make sense to do that with. Marketing wise, maybe they have marketing rights, and that's probably what it's all about. But we'll find out soon, I think.
Koei is definitely taking the bag. So whatever they're doing, and Sony's offering, because obviously the Square Enix, they got a lot of extra cash because Square ain't taking it anymore from the looks of it so far. We'll find out if that still holds. But all right, Dynasty Warriors Origins, I'm excited for it. We'll wait and see if it's coming to any other platforms. Again, ain't gonna make me go buy a PlayStation 5 anytime soon, but it's cool. We're getting another Dynasty Warriors and kind of a different Dynasty Warriors, so I can't wait to kind of see how this unfolds, and what it actually, if they're going to have multiple characters, you're going to still be able to switch, all that kind of stuff that's classic to Musu. So I like Koei Tecmo, so I'm all about this. This looked cool. Again, nothing mind-blowing by any stretch of the imagination, but okay, you had it here. Infinity Nikki. Mav, you were absolutely mesmerized by this.
Mesmerized, bro.
And the cliffhanger at the end.
The dark twist at the end?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That left us
sold
hanging.
it for you.
Yes.
That sold it for
Absolutely.
you. Absolutely. They are just, now listen to this though, Mav. Listen to this. Okay.
I'm intrigued.
Because we watched that whole trailer. Chat, agree or disagree? We watched that whole watched the whole trailer. Chat, up until the ending with the dark lady, whoever she was, talking to one of the characters. That entire presentation made it look like a princess farming life sim photography game, right?
Yeah.
Yes, right? Okay, according to IGN, upcoming open world RPG, Infinity Nikki is getting a test sometime Q3 2024. Infinity Nikki, the vibrant open world RPG that has former Zelda director Kentaro Tominaga attached to the project, got another trailer at the Today's State of Play. I had never seen it, so there must have been another trailer that I missed. Though no firm release date was revealed, we did learn in the end of the trailer that Infinity Nikki will get some sort of test in Q3 this year. So this is actually an open world RPG, Mav. Okay. By a former Zelda director.
I could give a shit less, but cool.
Doesn't change?
It doesn't. And I think there will be an audience for this game.
Of course it will. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
So if we're happy for anybody that wants to play a princess photography open world MMORPG game. Sure, it's going to be fantastic.
IGN has also described it as an open world dress up adventure game at one point as well. I guess this was announced November 29th, 2022.
Yeah, more like an accurate description.
Okay. And according to everybody that I can't hold on, let me double check real quick here. This looks like it is skipping Xbox. It is not coming to Xbox, but it is coming to PC, PlayStation 5, and mobile.
It's another win for PlayStation.
Yes, and PlayStation 4. So it is going to be cross-platform as well. So So skipping Xbox. So if you guys in the chat and gals that are Xbox only, you will have to maybe grab the mobile phone to play Infinity Nikki. That's going to be a good spot for you. All right.
Does it move the needle for PlayStation?
No, it doesn't move the needle for PlayStation. I think we could say that. I think we can say that straight up.
Can we talk about needles the whole show? We're going to bring up moving the needle a lot today.
Yes, we are going to talk about that. All right. Next up was Ballad of Antara. Now, this is the cool one, Mav. This is the first one where I was like, okay, I got it, right? So this is that Eastern RPG one that we were watching. And this is a dark fantasy RPG. We were watching it. If it's not Souls-like, right? This is from Tips Work Studio. It is coming out next year, 2025. This supposedly is a multi-platform release and will be coming supposedly, according to some, to Xbox as well as PC and PlayStation 5. This one looked pretty damn cool. I gotta say, as long as it's not too Soulsy, you got my attention.
Yeah.
So Ballad of Antara, this was a good showing right here.
That really looked good. I really liked what I saw. And I don't know, have we heard of this game before? We've seen it before?
No, I think this is the first time.
And it said 2025, right?
Yes, 2025. Right. It will be next year. So it will be next year. But it looked great. This has got all the trappings I look for, right? So I'm definitely excited about that one for sure. That was pretty damn good. Ballad of Antara is a high fidelity, free to play action RPG. Even better, free to play. They just updated it.
Nice.
So free to play coming next year.
So what does that mean for the loop of it though?
Don't know. Maybe a lot of cosmetics potentially.
Okay.
A lot, maybe could be end game stuff. Right. There could be a setup for end game. Maybe it is more mobile based, right? Gotcha. Could be more of a gotcha game.
You see lots of Marvel, I mean, like mobile games show up at these PlayStation shows lately.
Wow.
Like
they're showing up everywhere because the quality is now on par. Right. If you were just watching that, there is no way I would have told you it was, potentially mobile.
I thought we were
some of the
supposed
games
to
we're
see
seeing.
Phantom Blade Zero at this show.
I thought so too. That was wrong. That was one of the incorrect ones.
Right.
Where Winds Meet is technically a mobile game as well. And that go watch Steel's gameplay.
Right.
It looks as
like
good,
one,
if not. It looks as good as Ghost of Tsushima.
But when it comes to mobile games, it's not usually my fear of how they look.
It's what
about
they
it. Well, it's that, at like the model of the monetization, but also how they feel. You know, when you play, because like a lot of them they've developed the controls around simplicity of being able to do with touch controls also on like a phone or whatever. Yeah. So then it doesn't translate well to a controller with great feeling and combat and stuff. So I want to see, is that evolution happening to where they feel like traditional console games?
They are, because the combat is becoming even better and better. As Steel's playing Wuthering Waves a lot right now, and fantastic. Again, from the gameplay I've seen of his, from everything that he's describing, flawless on the controller, action feels great, combat is freaking awesome. Like again, we're in a new realm, Mav. Mobile is getting crazy right now. Like, it's gonna be cool. All right, so that was definitely a high point for me. Ballad of Antara was definitely a high point for me. I like that one. Skydance's Behemoth trailer.
Calories got news. He said he DM'd us. He says, okay. Let me look at it.
Go look at it. Go ahead. Go for it.
But he says he confirmed about Dynasty Warriors.
Is hitting PlayStation. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so this is from Koei Tecmo, Europe.
Yes.
Twitter. The latest title in the Dynasty Warriors franchise, Dynasty Warriors Origins, will be released on PlayStation 5, Steam, and Xbox Series X and S in 2025.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks, Calorie.
Awesome, Calorie. Thank you. Appreciate that, brother. So yeah, cool. Awesome. Perfect. Like I said, it didn't make sense if they were going to do it that with a Musu fighter, but again, nothing's out of the realm of possibility, but awesome confirmation. So again, thanks, Calorie. So that is coming everywhere. I'm happy. So I can't wait to see more about that for sure. All right. So we were on the Behemoth game. Mav, Behemoth from Skydance.
Oh, this is the one with
VR.
the big feet, and he was like shooting the arrow at the feet. Yeah.
Yes, and this is from the same team that made Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. So Behemoth, look cool. Again, you're not going to get much out of me for VR because, again, I'm not interested at all. But as a VR game goes, again, you keep doing this kind of stuff and it keeps getting better and better. Maybe 10, 15, 20 years from now when it's much more viable or we get the holodeck, then I'll be in, right? But right now, I'm just not in. But it looked cool. It looked quality for a VR game, at least.
Yeah.
Nothing else there, man, for you either.
I don't know what to say about some of these games.
I
don't want to act like I care.
No, you don't. Again, we never fake it around here. So it is what it is, man. So if you it's okay, great.
Yeah.
Alien Rogue Incursion, another VR game. Nope, and triple nope, and 100 nope. Never will touch this game anywhere at any point. Okay, never. But does it look cool? Yeah. Does it have the alien vibe?
If you were a VR enthusiast, right?
Hell yeah.
Then there was cool stuff here, like for you, right?
Yep.
So Asa,
absolutely.
People like that. Asa,
yes.
Like
Asa's living life good right now.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of stuff. So, and again, I'm happy the VR space. Again, I'm not the dude who says just because I hate it, I don't think it's ever going to do anything. I think VR could be the future at some point. Some form of VR could be the future of video games. And I'm happy that people are in the space. I said it all along. Happy Sony's in the space. I don't think that it was a great investment for them at this point, but I'm happy they're one of the groups pushing it forward. But it's great to see that third parties are at least bringing out games, because it seems like Sony has all but abandoned first party development for the VR2. They are now they're getting ready to put out an adapter that will allow the VR2 to work on PC, which it should have been from the beginning. So many people told them that, but that tells me that the numbers for it, keeping it, exclusive to PlayStation, as far as you got to own a PlayStation 5 to have a PSVR 2, isn't making sense for them anymore. And that they were going to have a bunch of their first party teams work on VR games. And I think that just got, no, we're not going to do that. I've said that from the beginning. Spending those resources, talent resources, and money resources from some of your big first party teams to work on VR games, bro, what are we doing over here? Like, that's not a good investment. But we'll find out, but I think right now it's all third party that's going to support this. But these two games were kind of cool. I mean, they were. If I was into VR, and I liked horror. Then next up, Matt, we got the another look at Marvel Rivals. That's right. This is the Overwatch game. Basically, as Mav said, it's ripped off straight from Overwatch if you watch it, and reskinned with Marvel heroes. And I'm not the biggest hero shooter guy in the world. I've enjoyed Overwatch from time to time. I'm going to check this out. The characters look cool. You got some X-Men in there for me. Awesome. I'm all about it. I'll play around with Storm and stuff. Special abilities look fantastic. We saw some level destruction in this trailer as well. That looked great. PlayStation 5 gets an exclusive Spider-Man skin, as to be expected, right? So that's your bonus for PlayStation 5. Closed beta set for July. I know you're already interested, Mav, in Marvel Rivals. Does this trailer do anything more for you, gameplay in this one, or you kind of all set?
Yeah, I'm all set. I'm just gonna try it.
Yeah,
and have fun with it. And this will be a game that there'd be a chance I really get into, but most likely it'll be like one that I kind of just play for a few minutes here and there, once every couple months, and be like, yeah, this is fun.
Dope. Yep,
that's what I do with Overwatch now. So,
yep. We don't have official launch date either yet, but the beta is in July. So let me see here. Then Until Dawn is back yet again. We have new trailer, fall 2024, coming to PlayStation 5 and PC.
This does not need to exist.
People love it, Mav. People do love it.
But yeah, but the other one is fine.
I know.
It doesn't look at it. If anybody can point to that trailer we saw and even tell me a fucking difference between the other one, I go ahead, please, because it looks exactly the fucking same. Why does it exist? The other one, the whole point of it was because it's like a movie cinematic type experience. It was, the purpose of it was because it looked good and you're playing the cinematic experience. Like, to sell a whole new version, like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, just
they were making the PC version, obviously, right? They were making the PC version to launch on PC, so they said slap on a PlayStation 5 logo and we'll try to resell.
Right, and I'm sick of them doing that. Just fucking update the PlayStation version for free. Just give us fucking updates for games. Like, Fallout 4 was how old?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
And guess what? They updated in a much bigger transformation.
Right.
Much bigger transformation.
But we know that's
on
not
all
how Sony
platforms,
rolls.
and everybody got it for free. Yeah, PC, release it on PC, sell it for cheaper because it took you fucking forever, and then just update the fucking PlayStation version for free. Stop ripping people off with these like shitty remasters of trying to get new people to buy this game like again. And that's, I don't know.
I agree with you, but we just know that's how Sony rolls. Like, they're going to get their cash grabs where they can, even if it doesn't make sense. They're going to try. So that's what they're doing.
It's just a weird one, man. Like this one.
I know it is. I know. They're filling in spaces, Mav. That's what they're doing. They're
so they
filling
can
in
say
spaces.
this is a release.
Correct.
But this one is this even first party? Is it, like, for sure? Like,
don't they?
Did they publish Until Dawn?
I think they published Until Dawn. I'm fairly certain.
Dude, I don't know. I know it's exclusive.
It's not on Xbox.
I know
right?
that.
So, yeah. So I'm pretty dang sure that they published this because I've seen it in their lineup. They're like Until Dawn published by published by Sony. Yep.
Okay, well, that's why we're getting fucked.
Yep. Supermassive developed it, and then Sony published it. Yep. Correct. So, yep, that's why. Because it is a part of their stable. So, is what it is. This next one, great partnership. I will give them points on this one. For anybody who doesn't know, Path of Exile is huge. Path of Exile has some of the best developers as far as passionate about their projects. I'm not going to take away from any other developers, but talk about a group of people just getting together and saying, we're going to make the game that we wish Diablo was, and then we're going to even improve upon that model because we think we have better ideas. And Diablo 4 actually took from these guys some of what they do. Path of Exile sets the tone for action RPGs in a lot of ways. Now, Diablo is still king. Diablo's earned that spot. Unfortunately, Blizzard has, made some critical mistakes with Diablo, especially Diablo 3, the beginning. They got it right, and it went on to great success after some people were very upset. The thing with Diablo is people will always come back. The fan base will always come back. Diablo has a special place in my heart. But Diablo 4 is now on that path as well. I've been playing We haven't talked about what we've been playing at all, but I've been playing Diablo this week. I hopped back in. I said it was going to be a while. I needed a couple palate cleansers. I played a ton of Ghost of Tsushima and Hellblade 2 last weekend. And I need a palate cleanser. And I just been seeing people post about Diablo 4. And their season of loot is freaking fantastic. It really is. It is an absolute blast. So they're doing well with Diablo 4. Path of Exile just quietly has built upon success after success after success. Free updates on a regular basis over time. A free-to-play model over time. Everything that's monetized in it is only cosmetic. There is nothing else about the game. It has a fanatical fan base that loves Path of Exile. Path of Exile 2 has long been in the works. The fact that Xbox now owns Diablo, this is a great partnership for PlayStation.
Yeah.
Not going to lie. There's a lot of people anticipating Path of Exile 2 to take over the crown from Diablo finally. They think it's possible, and it is possible that it could happen. Path of Exile 2 is looking really great. I can't wait to jump into this. So Sony getting the marketing rights, teaming up with them, getting early access onto the console for PlayStation 5. This is a big win. Now, is the PlayStation 5 community going to show up for this one? That's what all these test runs are interesting about. Like this is totally out of the realm of norm of what they get over there, right? As an early access game too, on top of it, is everybody going to play Path of Exile 2, right?
I will.
I'm hoping so. I'm going to on PC. I know that for a damn fact, right?
Will the PlayStation audience embrace it? Like,
yeah, but I'm going to give them credit here. This was a great partnership, and it looked good. This trailer looked, bro. I was
the game looks sick, dude. Every time they show it, it's our kind of game. It's a fucking looter, dungeon crawler. Like it. This is one I've been looking forward to for a long time. You know.
Yep.
We're gonna have Diablo 4 Vessels of Hatred get shown probably at the Xbox show. We'll see if that's there.
It's gonna be freaking
amazing. And I can't wait to see what that's like too.
Yeah.
And like I'll have those two games to hop between, both of them on Xbox, and I'll be super happy. Or on PC, right? But yeah, it does make sense for the marketing for them because they're gotta try and establish that. I think so. But have we seen it at the Xbox shows before?
No.
Anything?
No.
So it's only been at like the third-party showcases and stuff,
right?
Keeley's and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you guys are right. It's all going to be multi-plat and free to play, right? It's coming to Xbox, right? It's coming to Xbox, coming to PC. I'm just saying it's a good deal to partner with this team for Path of Exile 2 to get it associated with PlayStation. Again, whether or not the fans show up, right? It is great for the marketing side of things. So love to see this one here. And again, it's going to be everywhere, but man, I can't wait to see more on this. This is a great showing.
After we're done talking about the games, we got to talk about Jeff Keighley's poll.
Oh God.
Brett Bingham sent me. Yeah. He does a poll after every state of play after every.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
all right. I can't wait to see this one. Okay. To keep it a secret. I don't want to know.
Don't look at your DMs because I think Brett may
have
sent it to you as well.
I don't have time to look at my DMs. I don't even have X up right now. So we're good. All right, Silent Hill 2, obviously, Mav. This is the long, obviously Silent Hill has a big fan base. They've been waiting for a return to this game, Konami. This is obviously a PlayStation 5 exclusive and is from Blooper, of course. We know Blooper over on the Xbox side as well. This trailer here, again, it's not going to be for everybody. Silent Hill was never for everybody. I did play the original Silent Hills. Actually played them in tandem with buddies as we passed the controller around. I could handle them back then. I don't think I would go back to them these days. As you guys know, I'm not the horror fan at all. And it's gotten worse as I've gotten older. But what I will say here for Blooper is that this trailer, and do you remember the first trailer, Mav, when it came out and everybody trashed the hell out?
Oh, it was so bad. It looked like a
and Blooper came out and said they blamed PlayStation. Like they said that was their edit, and that's not representative of the game at all. I got to take them that they were telling the truth, because this trailer, again, while it's not Resident Evil level of quality, Blooper's never going to do that. This was much better showing for this game.
Yeah.
Much better. I'm sure the Silent Hill fans are going to be sighing some relief here to see how much better it looked in this one, because yes, I thought this was a totally different looking game from the first trailer we saw. This looks good. This looks really good.
It looks pretty cool. Like I just think about the competition in that space and the boundaries that are being pushed with graphics and fidelity and immersion and all that kind of stuff. And it's like we saw what Kojima was going to do with the Silent Hill franchise, you know, and where he was going with it and what he wanted to do with it.
Yep.
And this feels like the Wish version.
It does. I mean, but to be fair,
like,
I know, but to be fair, as far as a remake goes, it at least bring it to current day, so you know all the fans can re-experience it again, and more players can try it out.
Yeah.
But yes, you are right. There has been a couple of things that have happened along the way. Obviously, the resurgence of Resident Evil and Capcom and the quality that they're putting into their remakes doesn't help Blooper and Silent Hill at all, because there's certain
it's not even
expectations.
just them. It's like you can watch the Future Game Show or something like that, and there's like 5 survival horror type games that'll be there that will like be like, whoa, what is this? This looks amazing. Or even
But there's only one Pyramid Head, so
yeah, that's true. But that's the point though. Like this was like the second most classic, probably survival horror franchise, right behind Resident Evil, was Silent Hill, I would say. For nostalgia reasons, all those kind of things.
Sure.
So like having this franchise should be close to or up there with Resident Evil. Like they should approach it like that. They should treat it like that.
Yeah.
But
it's Konami.
Right. It's I don't know. I had higher hopes when when they were like, okay, we're gonna do Silent Hill, and Blooper Team was on board and stuff, and all those leaks happened a couple years ago, and it's like, okay, because we saw what they did with the Medium, right? And we're like, oh, are they going to push this even forward and better and bigger? And it just doesn't look like it in the trailer. It looks like this game could have came out 10 years ago and look exactly the same, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. It's not going to push
so cool,
boundaries,
right?
It's like a good,
but that's not what I want for Silent Hill.
Right.
I want it to become a big franchise again. And this is going to keep it. At least in this game, is going to keep it where it is, right?
Yep.
It's like, hey, here's for your fans, you like diehard Silent Hill fans, but it's not going to get you craving more Silent Hill in the future.
I can't disagree. I mean,
so
I can't disagree. It's not gonna put, you know, again, it's going to exist. A lot of people are going to love the hell out of it, but is it going to put that franchise back in the spotlight again per se? No. Is this what Konami should have?
Evil Within 2 looked better, bro.
Right. Well, yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. It did. I mean, again, it is. I'm just happy for the fans, because at least the fans get to re-enjoy it again, and hopefully they did a great job, you know, keeping the atmosphere with the remake. That's another big thing that can be lost in remakes if you don't handle it. I have faith in Bloober that they understand that, and they
gameplay wise, it could still shine.
It could. It did look a little tanky still, so. I mean, that's what it was.
I'm trying to say something positive. Man,
yes,
about
but
it. Like,
I don't know. No, I'm happy. I'm happy it's here. It looked much better
than the horrendous dumpster fire of a showing they had last time.
And again, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm the biggest Silent Hill fan, so I'm not going to speak on it like that. I'll let the Silent Hill fans judge it. The people who are actually going to play it are going to judge this game for what it is or what it's not, right? And we're going to hear about it because communities will be outspoken about it. So, but I'm just glad it showed much better here. Monster Hunter Wilds official gameplay trailer. First time we've seen the gameplay. Again, Capcom don't miss. Capcom is on fire. I'm not even the biggest Monster Hunter dude. I played a lot of Monster Hunter on Vita, PSP, right back in the day. I played those, but I played solo. I didn't, like Mavs was saying while we were watching this, I didn't have friends. Now I've got friends that play Monster Hunter, like Steel, who is a Monster Hunter demon. Okay. And so I'm excited for Monster Hunter games. Like, I love how they look and feel. But this one, Mav, Capcom, again, the animations on the monsters, especially, and the art direction. I love the character models that they had in the opening scene for the CGI. Capcom's firing on all cylinders. This game proves it again. Love the gameplay here. Can't wait to see more of this. If you love Monster Hunter, you're probably getting a dream come true here. This is like, again, they're continuing forward. They do evolve it bit by bit here and there. They don't stand pat with just everything being exactly the same. I loved it. I love the environments and everything, man. It looked gorgeous. I can't wait to see more.
Yeah. Monster Hunter is going to kill it. That's going to be one of the big games that come out, and tons of people can play it, and Capcom's just going to hit another home run. real quick, I gotta go back to Silent Hill because I gotta say something real quick. Like I know we're saying we're happy for the fans and stuff, right?
Yes.
But
yes.
you know, I'm not. I feel bad for them. But let me put it.
Let them judge.
No, okay, but just put it in perspective, right? Let's say me and you were like diehard Splinter Cell guys. Okay.
Yes.
Let's say we finally saw the Splinter Cell remake and it looked like bad.
I'd be fine.
You would be fine just because
we're getting a Splinter Cell fucking game. I don't care.
I would be fucking like, really? You're gonna treat us like that after all this time?
I'd be like, I'm still gonna play the hell out of it. Because the gameplay, I know is gonna be there, even if graphically it wasn't.
Maybe. I don't know, man.
I'm being real, bro. Would I say something like, "Yo, what are we doing, Ubi?" Like after,
right?
Like if Ubi put out something like that, knowing what Ubi's quality is, obviously, again, you could feel how you want about Ubisoft games. They're my fast food game developer. I love them. I just their games always give me fun. But if I looked at Assassin's Creed and the Far Cries and the stuff they put out recently, and then they showed up graphically like that with a Splinter Cell game, sure, would I say something? Of course I would.
Yeah, I would feel like I was just shat on.
I would say that they didn't. I would say, Ubisoft, you're not taking this seriously. You don't actually want this to come back. You just put this out there because everybody was bitching at you, and you did this half-hearted kind of thing, right? Would I still try it? Yes, I would.
Oh, yeah, I would play it.
I would probably, I've said this before, right? I have said this before, and I've stayed consistent with this. If you're going to go back and remake or reboot a franchise, a big franchise that is ultra popular, right? You have to do it right. Treat it with respect or don't do it at all. I said that to Rockstar when they came out with the bullshit remasters of GTA. I was like, why? Leave it dead. I mean, there's no reason to do this.
Yeah, until Dawn, like that thing. It's like, what's the point of that?
Well, we know the reason why.
Yeah.
It's to sell it on PC and then sell some on PlayStation 5.
Right.
Anyway, so yes, would I say something? Yes, but honestly, it doesn't look like, okay, I'm going to say this, the Silent Hill 2 does not look like the Grand Theft Auto remasters did. This looks like a remake. It might not be all the way up to par. So if Splinter Cell came out like that, would I say it's half-assed? Yes. Would I probably still play it? Probably because it's presenting something that's a little bit better than it was before? Yes, I probably would still play it. Now, again, I'm expecting Ubisoft to blow us out of the water.
Right.
So I'm expecting graphically it's going to be amazing, bro. But yes, I understand what you're saying. But I will let the Silent Hill fans, because I'm not, again, I played them back and I enjoyed them. I'm not going to sit here like I'm a Silent Hill fan and go, oh, that's bullshit.
We
right?
should do a poll on Twitter for Silent Hill fans. What did you think of the new Silent Hill?
Yeah, what'd you think of yeah. I wonder if they're going to do, I bet you somebody's already done one. Let's wrap up the show here, Mav. A lot of people in the chat are excited for this. I said it. So Team Asobi unveils the new Astro Bot game coming this September. Zero interest for me. Could care less about Astro Bot at all. But as I always am, I am happy for the people who love Astro Bot. And I get why people gravitate toward Astro Bot. He's a cute little dude, right? It's a platformer. It's fun. It's family friendly, right? The tech demo that they gave with the PlayStation 5 had tons of mini games that people really got into. I mean, Grub was breaking world records and staying on top. Like the Giant Bomb guys were all going in on it. Like, it's popular. The fact that they're making a full-fledged, what seems to be a full-fledged Astro Bot game now, I'm happy for everybody in the chat. There's tons of people in the chat saying that's going to make me turn on my PlayStation 5. I'm excited for Astro Bot. I'm happy for all of you. I thought it was a great showing. It looked great. It looked high quality. Expect nothing less out of Team Asobi. They've done such a wonderful job. People rave about what the first Astro Bot was, even though it was just to show off the PlayStation 5. People raved about the quality. People said it was a full-fledged game. Again, that's great. So happy. This was a big W for this show. I think it looked awesome.
How much is it? If somebody just in the chat, it was $70. Is it a full $70 game?
Oh, holy, really? Really?
I don't know. I don't know if that was a joke.
Yo,
it's coming out September 6th. We should know the price right now. It should be available like the pre-order, right?
It should be. I mean,
pre-orders opening up June 7th and detail.
Okay.
So I don't think we know the price yet.
We don't know the price yet. I would expect 50.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where I would set it at, $49.99. I mean, if they really want to go good, I would say $39.99, but I could see them pushing 50 with that, $49.99. If it's 70, but again, if it's a full-fledged game, who cares? It's up to the players and to judge it.
What's weird, the 2 first-party games that are announced for this year, we don't know how much they're going to be.
Right.
They haven't announced pricing or opened up the pre-orders for them when they announced them.
Nope.
That's a little strange.
It is.
Usually you would have like the pre-order like go live when you announce the release date.
Mm-hmm. I mean, generally speaking,
that's usually what happens, right?
Yep.
Anyway, Brandon Martin says yes. The reports I'm getting, it will be $69.99.
Whew. Okay. I mean, okay.
We'll see. Here's the thing. I am all for this game existing.
Yes.
I like saw all the rave talk and stuff about their Astro Playroom for the or whatever, the tech demo for the controller for PS5, and I played it and I was like, cool, yeah, this is like a fun little demo thing. Graphics are good, gameplay is pretty fun on it and stuff like that. But I wasn't like going ape shit over it like a lot of people were. But something like this, I can see potential in. Like, hey, this is a full-fledged like platformer. I was joking earlier, kind of saying that it could be a Game of the Year contender, but with how much games media loves platformers and also loves PlayStation, you combine those two to like this platformer. It's a love letter to PlayStation that's bound to have good controls and good gameplay, and it's fun and stuff. It's a genre that has been kind of ignored for the most part by PlayStation and Xbox for a long time. And if they really push this forward, don't be surprised if this doesn't actually get a lot of conversation with how with rave reviews and stuff like that when it drops. I like the fact that PlayStation has this game that's embracing the PlayStation identity and brand. I think that's good for PlayStation too. Like to have this game that's about PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like something that is good that fans are going to enjoy, that's really family oriented as well. Like it's something I think Xbox should have. Like why we talk about all this stuff, like embrace the Xboxiness of yourself and your brand and your identity with the game. We talk about all these ideas with maybe make a like a
that's what I deal with
or a kart racer or like bring back Banjo or whatever, or have that faction based RTS with all the different like just embracing the identity of yourself with a game like that could be good for your brand, especially if it's a good game, and I think that's a cool thing that it exists, because there's a lot of people that love PlayStation, and when you ooze that like fun of PlayStation when you're playing through that game, it kind of like does something with your mind, I think it could be good. So this is, out of all of them, this is the one I'm most possibly going to actually buy. As far as the Sony games, right?
Yep.
My daughter might like it. I might like it. It'd be a fun one to hop into in and out of every once in a while. So I just don't know how much it is. I mean, if it's $70, I'm probably not going to get it day one. I don't know.
Yeah. Right.
This is one that should be in PlayStation Plus day one.
It should be, but it's not going to be. Yeah. Xbox is doing the deal with Toys for Bob, right? So that could be the start of something. Because obviously Toys for Bob most likely will be making a family-oriented game, whether it's Crash or Spyro or both, whatever the case may be. So they could be embracing it now that they have studios. Obviously, could there be more? Sure. I mean, was Psychonauts 2 considered family-friendly? I mean, it was going over deep stuff, but certainly had that feeling, right?
Yeah.
So but yeah, I think they will do more. But yeah, this is great to see. Matt, before we get to this poll that you want to tell me about Keeley, final score.
I got something else to you after.
Okay.
So final score for me.
Yes.
I'll give it a 5.
Fair enough. There
wasn't anything like really exciting.
That's
out of the entire show. There wasn't really anything that was like wow, real wow, or like I gotta play that. There's some cool stuff in there. that you're like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna be interested in checking that out or whatever, and those kind of games. I think it put another emphasis on how the situation is with the PlayStation first party, right? We do have a couple games. The Astro Bot one could be cool. Like that's could be a win for them there. But yeah, there's nothing there that's like really seemed too interesting to me. But the multi-plat stuff, like, it's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not a
it's
showcase.
cool.
It's a state of play. So I don't know. State of play, I guess maybe I could give it more than that. This is 5. It's a 5. It was a bad show.
Okay. I will say again, it is what it is. Again, I take every show for what it is. And there was a few games in here that I am excited about. Again, whether they're multi-plat or not, I don't care. It's the same way I go into Nintendo shows, same way I go into Xbox show. I don't care. I don't care if they're multi-plat or not. This was not a PlayStation showcase. This was a state of play. I'd probably go 6.75. 6.75.
Ooh, going
approaching
with the,
at 7.
0.25 scale.
Yeah, I'm going with the 0.25 scale for sure. Because there's a lot of gray in there. But I think it's approaching a 7 for me, just because I was excited about a few of the games, and I loved the showings that the games were there. So it was definitely good from that standpoint for me. Again, I'm not gonna judge it as, oh, we still don't have a roadmap. Well, we got a couple fillers. We got a couple fillers, so we did get a little bit of that. And again, as far as the multi-plat stuff go, whatever. I was excited to see a bunch of that stuff in there. So yeah, 6.75.
I think even though for like this, I was expecting to see like Destiny here to show that. I was expecting to see like maybe because other people talked about it, like Phantom Blade Zero. That was another exclusive that they announced last year, right? Or that we don't know if it's exclusive. Sure, do we? Phantom Blade Zero?
No, we don't know. Chances are probably is like a Stellar Blade situation, but no, we do not know.
I was hoping maybe they would have one more thing just to like spice it up a little bit, you know.
So let's look real quick, Mav, at the leak real quick. Astro Bot's new game, we got that. Marvel's Rivals, got that. God of War Ragnarok PC, got that. A new Five Nights at Freddy's,
didn't get that.
A new Dynasty Warrior, got that. Alien Rogue Incursion, got that. Path of Exile 2, got that. Monster Hunter Wilds, got that. Silent Hill 2 remake, got that. Phantom Blade Zero, nope. So only 2 wrong, right? A new game from the Middle East. I don't know if any of those were from the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Maybe they just got the Middle East versus the East wrong, because obviously that the Antara one was definitely probably the Tipworks one, right? And then what else? A new VR game. We did get that, right? And Behemoth from Skydance, right? Until Dawn PC and PS5, got that. And Concord. So that person's so obviously Five Nights at Freddy's could have been cut, right? That's obvious. Again, they could have been cuts. Phantom Blade Zero could have been cut for the showtime. Save them for the showcase later this year.
Maybe they saw one of these other games and thought it was Phantom Blade Zero. Maybe they just saw the video.
Maybe that too as well, but not bad for Sony insiders coming out with leaks. I mean, not bad, right? So somebody obviously had pretty good information, because they got only 2 wrong on that list. So if we give them a new game from the Middle East, I don't know what that would have been, but not bad. All right, Mav, get to your Keeley poll and then this other thing that you want to tell me about.
Okay, so the Keeley poll, let me see what it's at now, because
this is a grade on the show, right?
Great on the show.
Okay, all right.
And, Keeley's audience, right? So generally more favorable. So how would you grade today's PlayStation State of Play broadcast? A, 6%. B, 20%. C, 33%. D or below is 39%.
Ooh. So 70. So what? 72, 70,
40.
73%.
D or below just hit 40. So 73% say C or below.
Yeah. C or below. Oof. How many votes?
47,000. Almost 48,000.
I mean, again, we're talking about the fan bases here. We're
Yeah.
talking about people that had high expectations, like that
Yeah.
need a showcase, that want a showcase on top of it. Obviously, this is not going to do that. Since there was hardly any, how many exclusives we have? Astro, Silent Hill 2, Concord. Do we have another one in there that's Until Dawn? I guess you can count it. Four exclusives, right? And then you got Ragnarok going to PC. So yeah, that's not going to make your fan base happy.
No, that's
especially since
that's why this was remember when they advertised it's like what's coming to PlayStation from the PlayStation studios this year, right? Like their expectations are this is a Sony first party kind of focused show. Is what they set up.
Yeah.
And when you come out with setting expectations as a Sony first party focused show, and then you come out with this,
yep,
the fan base that you have trained to like the God of Wars and the Ghost of Tsushima and Horizon and Spider-Man and all that, it's gonna come away underwhelmed, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And even for somebody that doesn't care about those games and just likes a variety of games, for me, even I'm coming away underwhelmed because a lot of the games that we saw we've already seen before, numerous times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of those are multi-plat. So cool. It doesn't necessarily matter, but like I've already seen these games, and the ones that you did have to show that were supposed to be the exciting ones for the most part didn't really deliver.
Right.
The Silent Hill 2 is disappointing. Concord, I think, is for the most part kind of underwhelming.
I mean, it was fine. It's good.
That's not what the fans want, though. Like
right. Did it stand
another
out?
Hero shooter when we just had like 3 of them announced this week.
It doesn't stand out. It doesn't stand out
right.
in any way, shape, or form.
That was my point before when we saw those games. And like fair games, is it going to stand out?
No. I don't think
it will either. I don't know. Why are they greenlighting these ones? Fuck. We already have those games and they're already playable on PlayStation.
They should have done factions.
Like
they should have done factions. I don't know why they didn't do factions. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zeros.
That's the frustrating thing. It's like the things I want them to do are the things that would be like easy successes. Like I'm just like, why aren't you doing those? Because instead you're making the same games that are made by 20 other developers.
Correct.
That are already on your platform.
Because they're aiming for the gold pot, right? That's what they're trying to do. And it's not good. I've said all along, they should lean into the IP that is well known with their brand because it gives them an advantage out the gate. Brand new IP already in a crowded space. You're asking for trouble. Helldivers 2 punched way above its weight and is one of the breakout games that you could never
It did something different than over
it
no
did
game
something
really
different,
like
though.
it though. Like
and they did have a previous game. There was a small Helldivers fan base. Now, granted, totally different game back in the day, but there was a small Helldivers fan base. But yes, it did do something different. It brought a different tone to that type of game. And again, didn't take itself seriously and just said, come in and blow up shit and have fun. And that's again, I've made that argument for long. That's all you got to do. But yes, I just don't see fair games. I mean, unless it comes out and stands way the fuck out. Like all of a sudden it's like, I'm like, oh my God, I got to play this. They're going to have tough sledding.
Yep.
It is.
Second thing.
Yes.
So this is from Tom Warren.
Hmm.
It looks like God of War Ragnarok on PC will require a PlayStation Network account, according to some text in the announced video and the PlayStation blog.
Oh. Okay. They're gonna learn their lessons. I mean, with Ghost of Tsushima, you didn't need it if you were gonna play the single player only, right? It asks you to sign in, but you can play the single player only. The only time it requires is if you're gonna play Legends, right? God of War Ragnarok, if they're gonna do that, okay. Well, I mean, again, do the PC community sign into other places when they play certain games? Yes, they do. Okay, it's not something new, but coming off the heels of Helldivers 2 and how they treated that, it's gonna be another learning curve for them. We'll see if the PC community rises up or if God of War just kind of gets left on the shelf. Again, the PC community don't care. They got plenty of games to play. They're not dying to play PlayStation premium quality games, according to Herman Holst. Okay, they're not dying to play.
And
these
it's not going to
games.
convince them. Playing them is not going to convince them to go get a PS5 Pro for the sequels. Right?
No. We're going to talk about
the captured on PC mix of gameplay and in-game cinematics account for PlayStation Network required.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I understand why they want to do it, and I'm going to say it's cool to have trophies pop up when I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima, but like, whatever.
Yeah.
Most their PC players don't roll that way, so I don't.
Dude,
I don't know how.
But does playing a single player game like? Okay, let's say you play like Hellblade 2 on PC, right? Do you have to have an Xbox account on Steam if you buy it on Steam?
This has been the raging question.
It's chat. Somebody, has anybody here bought Hellblade 2 on Steam? Do you have to have an Xbox account?
Halo, you do, right? For the MCC collection, you got to.
Well, that's multiplayer, so
right. That's multiplayer.
Sense.
Right. Hold on, I'll just in my Steam account. Hellblade 2. All right, Hellblade 2. Yep, view page. Okay. No, there is nothing required. It doesn't say you're required to sign into another platform underneath that one.
So the interesting thing too is like with the Xbox and Microsoft is like if you have a PC, you already have a Microsoft account.
Correct.
So it's not ever like a thing for people. I don't think it's like, oh, okay. Like if you log into your PC, you did it through whatever, but you're creating a Microsoft account most of, like when you do that, right?
Right.
I mean, maybe you can bypass it or whatever, but I think most people just have some form of Microsoft. Even if you sign in through a different email provider, I think it's still technically creating a Microsoft account. I don't know how it works, but so it's kind of like a back of the mind thing. It's like I'm on PC, right? It's Windows. I already have that, but like PlayStation is a whole nother thing. But like, yeah, Hellblade 2. Yeah, I don't think you have to.
No. Shane, and I would technically agree with you, right? Again, I don't care. Again, I downloaded the Epic Store launcher. I downloaded GOG. I download all this stuff. The PC, it's not faux outrage for the PC community. So you can't label everything faux outrage just because you don't agree with it or think it's no big deal. Right.
Yeah, I personally
that's another
don't give
problem
a fuck.
is label. I don't give a fuck either. I did it right away for Ghost of Tsushima. I don't care.
It's a
freaking less.
conversation about the effect of it, though.
But the PC community does stand on certain things, and there is no denying that they rally better than the console players do and have for a long time, hence why they do this. There are literally millions upon millions of PC players who will not download another launcher outside of Steam. They don't care that Epic gives away free games. That is legit. It's not full outrage. It's how they roll. That's the platform that they grew up on. So
I mean, when you saw what happened from when the thing happened with Helldivers 2, like they
retracted
that
one weekend.
You can call it fake outrage, but the outrage was real. Like that actually happened. Like
yes.
So regardless if you think people have a right to be upset or not, they're still upset.
Yeah.
Like it.
Right, and they do this consistently. It's not like the PC community just picks and chooses. They do it on a consistent basis with things, right? So again, like I said, I don't think it's a big fucking deal. Would never have. Like I said, I download all these freaking launchers. I don't give a shit. None of them bother me.
Yeah.
But hardcore PC, which is a big part of PC players, they do. They stand on this shit. So
I don't even think it would be a conversation if it wasn't for the fiasco that Helldivers 2 caused.
Right. But that's what I'm saying.
Because
coming off the heels of that,
they fucked up with it, and then they removed access from the game from people and stuff. Like,
and the Sucker Punch not requiring it for single player mode, right? If you're gonna be consistent, you got to be consistent. You got to just go all in. You can't do it for some games and not for other ones, because then when that other one does come, people are gonna be like, yeah, no, no, you didn't require it for over here. Why are you requiring it here? So, but again, it's going to happen. They're going to learn their lessons. They're going to try their own PC store. It most likely will fail like every other PC store has, going up against Steam. And again, we'll get into it, but they're going to learn, man. They have very little experience over on the PC side. They should know, because this is not like some secret knowledge that only PC communities know about. Like anybody who's a gamer and a corporation like PlayStation should probably have some research and understand how that community works, but it seems like they don't. So we're gonna find. It's gonna be fun. It's fascinating to me to watch this shit go down.
Yeah.
All right, so that was the showcase. Chat, or the showcase, the state of play, I should say. They still need to have a showcase at some point. But that was your state of play for Sony. We covered it as one of the topics tonight, obviously on PM the PM. So, Matt, let's get into it. You wanna talk a little bit more Sony here? Because again, they're on. They had some more interviews this week. Hideki and of course Herman Holst did another round of interview. And they were asked pointedly about some of this stuff. And Herman Holst obviously spoke directly about the games. This is coming from Tom Warren, who said that Herman Holst, soon to be co-CEO of Sony's PlayStation business, addresses day one PC releases. Live service games will come day and date on PlayStation 5 and PC, but single player narrative games on PC are designed to entice the PC owners to play sequels on the PlayStation console. That's why Mav was cracking jokes about this. So Mav, go ahead. I'll let you start in on this one.
It just doesn't make any damn sense.
They legit think, right?
Yeah.
They again, I think it's lip service, but let's just assume it's not lip service.
It's horseshit.
They think that by holding their single player games, their premium games, from the PC community for an extended period of time, whether it's a year, 2 years, and continuing doing that they legit in these interviews said that they are believing that they're going to expand their user base on PlayStation 5 because the players that get a taste of those games on PC, when the sequel comes out and is only available on PlayStation 5, that the PC players who own $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 PCs are also going to go then buy a $500 console to play the sequel. It's legit their words. Like, that's exactly what he was talking about here. Mav, go ahead, brother. Is this going to work for them? Is this going to what?
I think it's just a bunch of honestly just bullshit spewing out of his mouth right now, just for the sake of. They have a PS5 Pro that they're probably ready to announce later this year. They're not going to go up there right now and say that all their future tentpole games are going day and date. Because what is that going to do to the only audience that is still interested in buying those PS5 Pros? It will send them the wrong message. This is the same thing they did when they said, we believe in generations, all that kind of stuff, right? They're saying everything that their fans want to hear to get them to be invested and make sure they want to buy the hardware. And then when they finally get their PlayStation PC store going, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when they finally have their PlayStation PC store that they've been working on supposedly for so long. And eventually they will launch. We'll see what happens then when they launch their next game, big tentpole game. The other aspect to this that's very disingenuous, right? You can say all along, right? Oh, the classic tentpole Sony games, the PlayStation story-based narrative things that we're all about, those are still, going to be console day and date, right? Well, how many of those do you even fucking have? Where are they? I don't see them. Wolverine? Where are they? Where are they? So we've got the other ones announced. So these games that you're saying are only going to launch on PS5 first. Cool, right? But how many of those are going to even... Is that your priority? Actually making games now? Like, is that what you're doing? Because it doesn't seem like it. So you can have like 6 experiences come out that are all PC day and date, and then like one that's not, and then you say that's your direction. Like, it's not the reality. That's not what it seems like you're doing right now. So for me, it's like, it's all about misdirection and marketing right now. Eventually they'll have a PC store, and when they have a PC store, I think they'll do more likely day and date on PC when they get to that point. Until then, they don't have it, and they have mostly games of service games launching soon anyway. So you'll have like things like Astro Bot will be on PlayStation, right? This is a controller thing, right? Cool. It's gonna make your console fans happy and stuff. But the big games they've been investing in are games of service stuff. What they've been announced: Fair Games, Concord, right? Coming soon. So when they announced the PS5 Pro, they got to have that warm and fuzzy feeling to the console players that they matter the most, and that's what that messaging is all about. I honestly don't buy it. I think that eventually it's going to shift when they're ready to.
Yeah,
and this is just kind of like placating the audience for now while they get ready for that console. And I mean, it's just seems to me that they always kind of send one message but do another.
Yeah.
Right? And that's just more so what this is to me.
Yeah.
More than anything else. I gotta make answer the phone real quick, bro. But,
yeah, no, go do it. I'll take it from here. So yeah, I mean, again, I'm obviously in agreement with Mav here. I think this is delaying the inevitable. If you guys listen to us, I know some people were trying to take victory laps today and say, "Oh, you all said it was coming day and date. It's not happening. They still believe in the console." Blah blah blah. Those are early victory laps. I've been on board for a long time saying that they are going to wait this out until they have their PC store ready. This makes total sense. I've said that Sony is going to hold on to the old ways for as long as possible. They are going to continue to evolve. They're going to continue to grow their business model in a similar fashion to Xbox and what they're doing, but they're starting way back from when Xbox started years and years ago. And they're going to have to eventually catch up. But for the time being, they are going to remain as much of the original PlayStation as they can with that old ecosystem. And they've got the fan base, the popularity vote to do so for right now. But they're going to wait. They don't want to give up that percentage to the PC on day and date. They want to have it all for themselves, or as much of it for themselves as they can. So they're going to wait for their PC store. Now, I believe it's going to fail as much as all the other stores have against Steam. Because again, PC players are different. Okay. A large percentage of that PC player base will wait you out. They don't care. They don't care about your single player experiences like you think they do, Sony. They just don't. Right? You will see some sales if you open your own PC store. Absolutely. Of course, there'll be some people that jump in. I'm one of the newcomers to PC. Again, I'm still a console player the majority of the time, but I've been dabbling more and more on PC. But I don't have a problem with loaders. Like, I don't have a problem with different storefronts. If there's something that PlayStation puts out once they get their PC store day and date and I want to play it, I won't have a problem going and buy it. I don't care. Again, it's going to be few and far between. But for the vast majority, they all sit on Steam and wait for it to show up on Steam. They'll wait you out for the 6 months, year, 2 years, whatever it takes you to put it over there. So Sony's going to try this, though. They're stubborn, right? And they believe, right? They've got the ego. They believe they're different than everybody else. They believe their games are different than everybody else, and that they're actually going to pull a ton of people away from Steam to go buy their games day and date on their own PC store. I don't think it's going to happen. But in the meantime, they're going to continue forward with the same plan. I do think, as Mav was saying, it's a lot of lip service to their fan base. We've heard them do double speak plenty, just like any other corporation does. There's a lot of double speak here, right? They don't give you the full plan, right? They just give you enough, and they give you what you want to hear or what they believe you want to hear as a Sony PlayStation fan to satisfy you. And that's what they both did here. Hideki is the one who actually added on to Herman Holtz's comments and said the value of console will continue to remain rather than cannibalizations. I think this is an opportunity for growth. I mean,
you know what? Like, go for it, guys.
Yeah, go for it. It's fine. It's fine. Again, there's nothing. they're going to have lessons learned. And if they truly believe this from the heart of hearts, and they truly believe this, they're just completely flat out wrong. Like, sure, are you going to pull, 10,000, 50,000 people? Okay, sure. Is that some huge, massive growth to you? No.
I guarantee they're losing more by putting the games on PC than they're going to be gaining.
I was just going to say, you lose the hype factor from day one launches, which is a real thing. Even on PC, FOMO will still get people. If it is available day one on the platform, that FOMO will get people to get it in on that day and experience it for themselves. That is what they're missing out by not doing day and date on Steam.
100%.
Right. So that is the one thing that they will lose, and they will lose a lot of money. And at the end of the day, right, this is a corporation that sees the bottom line. They now have Hiroki Totoki, the numbers guy, the A1 numbers guy in all of Sony Corp as CFO, looking over the shoulder. He will put up with this for a while because he will probably say, okay, let's give the PC store a chance. Fine. But once that PC store comes out and they don't see massive growth from a bunch of people jumping over and buying that game on their storefront versus the other storefront, Steam, then he will eventually move this to day and date, I believe, on Steam everywhere, right? They'll still have their storefront. Xbox, Microsoft, they still have their storefront, right? They will release it everywhere, just like everybody else does. But for right now, they're giving everybody kind of, as far as the fans go, what they want to hear, right?
Yeah. Where the console players are still important. It's like the rallying cry, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, it's what,
Right.
But like ultimately, they're going to be a PC and console hardware company, like in a universal ecosystem. Because you know what? They've already told us that.
Right.
As well. Like
they're just going to move slower than some others.
Right. They're not as capable as Microsoft is in that space. Like,
we have to build.
And think about this, okay? You talk about the two ideas potentially for the future of getting PC players to buy a console, right? One idea for Sony is we'll put our old games on PC and hope that these PC players will fall in love with our franchises and then stop playing on PC to play the new game when it comes out. Go buy a console for that, right?
5 years later. When the sequel shows up,
right? And PC players that already were willing to have waited in the first place for that other game, right?
Yes.
So that's the audience they're hoping to transition. So then you have the potential, what Jez Corden and other people are talking about, model for Xbox going forward, where you actually have a Steam storefront on a Xbox console as well as the Xbox store.
Yeah.
What do you think a PC player would be more willing or likely to buy at that point? Mm-hmm. Would you be more likely to buy something that has access to all your fucking games in your library? Or would you be more likely to buy something just to play God of War day and date? Right? Like, here's the thing. Like, it depends on where it's a convenience factor of accessing your games where you want to access them, right? That's the advantage of a console.
Yep.
That's the only advantage of a console. You access your games on a TV, right? Like, it's simplicity.
Yes.
It's an access point convenience factor, right?
Yes.
100%. And you know the game should be optimized for that experience, right?
Yep.
But PC players that are playing on PC are not usually worried about that. Now, maybe there are some that do want their experience on TVs as well, and those are the audience you're going to get. I don't think you're going to get it because of the exclusives.
No,
like
because not to the degree they think they are. Like,
no. You're going to get that. Like, okay, so for me right now, like, okay, I'm putting myself in perspective, right? Let's say I didn't have all these Xboxes and I was mainly only a PC player, living in a world where, okay, now I can buy an Xbox for like $300, $400 and also have the whole Xbox experience plus Steam. And I can put that in my bedroom, right? Or my living room. And then I have like, and remember, it's like this PC for the TV, right? Instead of having to buy a whole PC kit, and it's just like an easier option. You know what I mean? For the enthusiasts that want to do those kind of things. I think there's more likely you're going to get some people to do that than go and be like, I have to go buy a $500 PlayStation 5 for God of War Ragnarok 2.0.
Right.
You know, like, I don't know.
Yeah. I just.
Some. Maybe.
Right. They're just delaying. They're just delaying the inevitable again, but they want to get their PC storefront. I'm 100%. Again, it's just, you know, again, I'm speculating, but I 100% believe it, that the speculation is correct, that they're just waiting on their own storefront because they don't want to give up any more fees, and they want to take as much of the fees as they possibly can. So, you know, I wasn't surprised at all by this. I know some people, you know, seem to act like, oh God, we won because they're all in on the console and this is never going to happen. Day and date's never happening. Yeah, you guys said nothing was going to go day and date, and the games as a service are now going day and date. So you guys already moved all the goalposts on that one already. First, a long time ago, you said it was never going to happen. Sony would not put their games on PC at all. So these goalposts are slowly but surely moving, right? So this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, right? That they are going to hold on and try to capture this mythical market that they believe is still out there of PC players who are suddenly going to desire to pick up a $500 console that is less powerful than their PC just because it's a Sony first party game. I sorry, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen to a degree that's going to make a huge difference.
But
this is the luxury they have.
Make a step even further.
Yeah.
Honestly, most PC players just don't give a shit about games like that.
They don't. 12,000 games.
Not those kind of games. Like
12,000 games were released on PC.
It's not the market. It's not the market audience for those kind of games. It's just not like you're playing. Right? There's more multiplayer stuff. There's more like smaller experience, like tons of just random shit. Like it's just it. You have stuff like Power World come out and
survival strategy games are big on PC. Like there's all sorts of, not that there's not single player play. There's single player
for sure.
But I mean, again, Ghost of Tsushima is doing pretty well, right? For coming out, you know, almost 5 years later, it's doing pretty well on Steam. Like it's had decent numbers. They're going to get that group. It's just that you're not going to convert them to buy a console, even a PlayStation 5 Pro. They're not going to buy it. People are asking how they're going to sell the PlayStation 5 Pro. I'm telling you, they are betting big on Grand Theft Auto 6. If they can get a marketing, they are. I don't think Take-Two needs to take a bag, obviously, but Sony might offer up something ridiculous to get the marketing rights for Grand Theft Auto 6. They are 100% leaning into Grand Theft Auto 6 to convert the other half of PlayStation 4 players to entice them to go either buy a PlayStation 5 or better for Sony if they buy a PlayStation 5 Pro. So I believe they got their chips, most of their chips in on Grand Theft Auto 6. So I would not be surprised if they get the marketing rights. Now, will that happen at the end of the day? We're going to find out next year if it still launches next year. If it gets delayed again, I think it's terrible news for Sony and the PlayStation 5 Pro, because I think that's really what they're leaning into. But again, there's, you know, half the Xbox players, half the PlayStation players. Can Xbox convert part of the PlayStation 4 players over to a Series S or even a Series X with Call of Duty being in Game Pass? That's another thing we're going to find out, because there's a big group of players who have not updated their systems this gen. This is one of the first gens where this far in, we have nearly 50% on each side not upgrading. Obviously, a lot of it has to do with the economy and all sorts of stuff, but games keep coming cross-platform, especially the games the masses play. But Call of Duty on Game Pass, will they be satisfied just to sit back and continue that and maybe come over? That's what we're going to find out. That's why a lot of people think this is a big win. So
it's so interesting, like the difference in strategies, because like Xbox,
totally different.
Like some people think, oh, you know what, Xbox is going to fail because I'm going to play games on PC, or I'm going to buy a game on PC, or like I'm going to hurt Xbox, I'm going to buy Call of Duty on PlayStation, right? Oh, fuck them. I'm not going to subscribe to Game Pass. I'm going to make sure I go buy that game on PlayStation. Like, no matter what you do in those scenarios, Xbox is getting your money and they're winning, right? If you play their games. And ultimately, Xbox, that's what they're about now. They just want people to play their fucking games, right? And as long as there's a console audience that wants to play their games, they're also going to sell those people hardware. That's why I have no like lack of faith that there's going to be future hardware. I mean, but there's PlayStation's thing is like they're like they want that, but they're still trying to placate to the audience that is so mindset on the other end of the spectrum, right? And they have to market it accordingly. Like, and also you always have to put in perspective. Usually PlayStation's marketing is dictated on what Xbox is getting criticism for. They always flip the script to win in their favor to sell hardware, right? This is how you share games, right? We believe in generations. Both of those situations were big in the transitionary phases for console generations, right? And it was a direct 180 of what at the time Xbox is getting criticized for. What is Xbox getting criticized for right now? It's console exclusives. It's Xbox exclusives. It's all that. PlayStation's going to come up there and they're going to sell you and talk to in interviews and all these kind of things and talk about how the tentpole PlayStation games matter and they're going to be exclusive to the PlayStation and that's what's going to go forward. Meanwhile, there's a lack of roadmap of those actual games actually even existing in the first place, right?
Yep.
Meanwhile, we know that they're working on a PC storefront. They're also doing mobile stuff as well, and they're also have been putting more and more games on PC, and the games of service strategy, we're starting to see more and more of that, and those are all actually console and PC day and date.
Correct.
So we see like what they're actually doing, plus in the various, but the marketing is always like, this is why our console is better because we believe in you, the console gamer type marketing and stuff, and whatever flies in the face of what Xbox is getting criticism for, and it works for them, right?
Right.
But it's just it doesn't make sense how people can't see through it all the time when it's just right in front of your face, right? So we'll see what actually happens in the long run. How many big time tentpole games will they release? The other thing I had an issue with the strategy thing that they talked about, Pong, was when they talked about that PlayStation has always been known for these kind of games. That is horseshit. That didn't start until the end of the PS3 and the beginning of PS4 generation when they started on that trend of those style games.
Correct.
That has been the last decade. Okay?
Yep.
But they talk about the kinds of franchises that are always been synonymous with PlayStation, what PlayStation's always been about. For me, that's not the PlayStation I love. The PlayStation I loved was the PS1, PS2, and earlier PS3 era PlayStation that had a huge variety of different kinds of experiences, and we're investing in tons of different kinds of games, right?
Correct.
And that was the PlayStation that I fell in love with back then, right? That embraced all these different things, that really went all out on all these different kinds of things, and we're doing deals and getting all kinds of different games. This is their new thing about this, like you said, revisionist history, is we've always been about this story-based narrative experience here at PlayStation. It's what our company's all been about. No, it hasn't. No, it has not. The last decade, yes, but no. You can't like just change history for the sake of marketing now to pretend like you have always existed for this one thing. And when they say that, it's just like, what? No, what people are asking for, a lot of people are for you to go back to the way things were before, right? Maybe not this specific audience that you're talking to now.
No.
The Keeleys of the world, those kind of like people, right? Like let's look at the gamers that actually play the fucking games and buy games. They're asking for SOCOM, right? They're asking for Sly Cooper, they're asking for Siphon Filter, they're asking for all these different kinds of franchises that used to be about all these different kinds of games. And now it's Horizon, God of War, Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima,
And then the remakes.
like cool, yeah, like, but and then the remakes and remasters.
Yep.
Like, that's not what you're all fucking about, but that's what they're about now, and they're trying to sell us on the fact that that's what they've always been, and that's bullshit. Because now they're focusing on only certain franchises, in their words, and growing those franchises through transmedia, remasters,
yes,
all those kind of things, right? That's not the PlayStation I fucking love. I'm sorry.
No, but it's
Twisted
not.
Metal, Warhawk. You guys remember when they made MAG? Like massive action.
Yes,
like
yes, of course. Killzone, Resistance, all of it, right? It's because of how much success they found. It's because of what happened PlayStation 4 generation that they built themselves this throne. And again, it's not the first time they've taken the throne, right? They've had massive success with PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. PlayStation 3 was the first time they've stumbled. They stumbled with the PSP, they stumbled with the Vita, even though they're beloved systems. But they've had very little times where they've actually, really, really failed. PlayStation 3 was close. PlayStation 3 was bad to start.
Yeah, it was.
But the reason why, again, they now have this throne built around these types of
$700.
Yeah, well, of course. And it was a cell processor that the developers couldn't make games for. Like the third-party developers, again, a lot of the exclusives that Xbox got to start that generation because the third-party developers said, no, we're not developing for this shit. This shit is whack. I mean, again, the cell processor might be powerful, but your tools suck. So, but they built themselves a new throne, right, around this game. They built an entire fan base brainwashed on the idea that this is the only premium gaming experience. I've talked about this time after time. Now, they have the masses as well because they won the popularity contest. And they got the Call of Duty marketing rights and stuff like that. So all the people that just play Call of Duties and Maddens and all that kind of stuff just gravitated towards PlayStation because their friends who played more games than that went out and got the PlayStation because that's where, that's where the popularity went. So they won it. Fair and square. They did it, right? Whatever. Xbox did them a lot of favors on top of it. So that's where it stands. But they haven't. Now they've got to deprogram this entire fan base, the hardcore fan base, the PlayStation only fans, to start buying the games like we used to, Mav, when they were making all these different types of games. And you could tell they're not ready to do that. And do I blame them? Yeah, of course. I blame them for not wanting to diversify their lineup the way that they should have during the PlayStation 4. But it was an easy win for them. Are they still great at those movie cinematic style narrative games? Absolutely. Of course they are, right? I'm not going to deny that. So they're going to keep pumping those out, but they have to try. They've got all this IP sitting there from all these previous generations that were huge, that have built-in fan bases. Most of that IP is Gen X IP. Well, Gen Xers now have some of the most disposable cash out of any generation. And most of us, a lot of us, play video games and we spend our money there. But they're not catering that way, right? They've continued to push this narrative now, like you said, Mav, to the point of revisionist history where, oh, we've always done this. No, you fucking haven't. You haven't always made these types of games. You discovered these games during the PlayStation 3 era. That's when you discovered fully, when you started getting into infamous Uncharted.
One,
exactly.
Right?
And then Last of Us, right? That's when Naughty Dog blew up. And all of a sudden you had all your other studios start converting over to this format. Then you guys went out and made a great purchase in Insomniac, right? Got the Spider-Man IP and found a perfect fit. And all of a sudden you got one of the world's biggest comic book IPs with a team who knows how to make a game that obviously 20 million plus people love. Okay, great. But what about all the rest? That's where your monthly active users are. Now all of a sudden you want monthly active users and you look around and you don't have that IP. So what do you go do instead of saying, hey, maybe we should try reviving some of this old IP? Nah, we're going to go try games as a service. Okay. We're going to make 10 to 12 games as a service over the next 4 to 5 years. Okay, Jim, how are you going to do that? We're going to go buy some new studios. Okay, good. And then we're going to start canceling those games. And then we're going to have our first party work on some games as a service, but we're going to cancel those too. Except for Horizon Battle Royale is supposedly still on the block, or still up. But you're going to cancel Factions. Even though that's one of your biggest IPs, The Last of Us, even though you have a built-in fan base, even people like Steel, who don't really have an interest in the single player game, but love the multiplayer game. You're going to nix that stuff. Again, this is the stuff where I scratch my head and go, what are you doing? Again, I don't run billion-dollar companies. I don't care. I'll play armchair CEO all day. I think this is stupid. I think it's been a stupid way to go about doing this, and they're struggling right now. So now we're going to see games like Concord from a brand new studio with veteran developers for sure. Looks polished to me from what I could see on the screen today. Try to shoehorn their way into a massively overcrowded hero shooter. I just don't know if it's going to work, Mav.
Yeah.
And then what are they going to do?
I mean, it's like those kind of games too that are competing for your time. That's what they're competing for is time.
Yeah,
it's not even just in the same genre.
No.
Like, there's
It's
multiplayer gamers play more than one usually. Like they'll play Call of Duty, they'll play like Helldivers, they'll play like whatever, like this and that, and they'll hop around to whatever's next sometimes. But like, they're going to be competing with X Defiant that just launched, and they'll be competing with the new Call of Duty and like all these other multiplayer games that Microsoft has on their own system.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
so
they have to start somewhere. And so
Right.
I've always said it. You've got to do something. So do it. Like, you got to start.
why? Who decided what to greenlight and what not to? That's who I have an issue
Bungie.
with.
Bungie.
Yeah.
That's been all the smoke, bro.
I want to have a conversation with who picked the games of service to move forward and who chose what to make what. I want to take that person and look them in the eyes, grab their shoulders, and just shake the fuck out of them and say, what was wrong with you? You had an opportunity here.
It was Bungie.
You gave us the same game we've gotten 10 different times from 10 different fucking developers. And I guarantee you, it was them looking at, oh, these kinds of games are successful. Can you make us something like that? Instead of looking at what you have that people have been fucking craving.
And this is also amplified because there's not a roadmap for their big first party stuff, right? If we had a roadmap, right, outside of Insomniac's, right? If we had a roadmap for Naughty Dog's next big game, if we had whatever Cory Barlog and his team that he put together, whatever they're making, right? If we had those games like locked and like ready to rock and roll, and they had already teased them or had shown something off, this wouldn't be a big conversation. But you are leaning into these types of games now, these unproven IP games from new studios, because your first party lineup is nowhere to be found right now. Your first party lineup is potentially years away right now because you fired every shot that you have and you got to reload. And now you're going on almost 2 years of reloading, and we still haven't seen anything. We haven't even gotten an official announcement for Ghost of Tsushima 2, which would probably be one of the easiest announcements for Sucker Punch to make for the first party roadmap. You don't even have that. So right now, where's the focus? On all of this stuff, on Concord, on Astro Bot now, right? On this kind of stuff, which is fine, but it's not the Sony that we've known that dominated PlayStation 4's entire generation, right? It's not that Sony. They had a lull in the beginning of the PlayStation 4 era. There was barely anything out for the PlayStation 4. Then they came with hopes and dreams, and by mid-gen, they were firing on all cylinders, and they didn't stop through the end of the gen. And some people would argue, even with the remasters and everything else, into this gen. Whatever. I'm not here to discuss that.
Yeah.
But now, you got nothing. You got no roadmap. You got no real look at what's going on from your biggest studios anymore, right? You just got Spider-Man 2 from Insomniac. That's great. But is that enough? No, it's not enough. It's not keeping people's attention. So they're looking for the next great thing, and there's nothing there. You got fill-ins, obviously. Helldivers 2, fantastic. Stellar Blade is selling like crazy. That's great. That's awesome. But it's not your first party, which is everything that you sell the premium experience to be. Why people have to buy a PlayStation 5. You don't have anything right now. It's the same position Xbox was in for a couple years, right? It's been the walking meme. But now Xbox is locked and loaded, has got an avalanche of games coming starting the second half of the year, started with Hellblade 2. Not everybody's cup of tea, but no doubt set the bar in a lot of areas in the video game industry as a whole. And then for the rest of the year, it just continues on. And we got a showcase in a couple weeks. So yeah, Sony finds itself in a enviable spot because they're still the popularity winner and they're still selling consoles. Great. That's fantastic. They still say that they're the most profitable they've ever been. However, they're calculating that stuff. Fantastic. Great. You guys are still doing okay business-wise. But Hiroki Totoki, your new leash holder over there, has said that your studios don't know business. And there's a problem. He said, you guys understand how to create, but you guys don't know business. He's flat out said that in public. So they are having some major questions going on in Sony, and you can kind of see it here, Mav, with today's state of play. A lot of third-party stuff, a lot of multi-plat stuff. It's great. I enjoy that shit. But you gave us a couple things at the end of the year, but Concord, right? Until Dawn coming again. Like, is that really going to carry over your fan base? According to Keely's poll, it's not. So, yeah, man, it's a weird
move
situation.
The needle? Did this state of play move the needle?
No, of course not.
Maybe the wrong direction.
Yeah, it didn't move the needle at all. It didn't move the needle. Needles. Definitely not.
Everything has a needle that moves whenever we see something from a platform holder. So, needle, which direction did it go?
But it's fascinating. It's fascinating because the industry is changing as a whole, right? And all these companies are trying to find their ways. Again, I can't wait to see when Nintendo launches a Switch 2 and it's more powerful. Their production costs are going to go up. They're going to have to adapt too. Like, everything's changing in this industry. So it's fun to watch this stuff. It's just crazy to see where we're at with PlayStation and Xbox and what they're doing and going in two completely different directions, but some similar stuff as well, and trying to find their way. Like,
I say
it's
that
really crazy.
it's like about marketing, really, because they're all headed the same place.
Yeah, ultimately, right? The finish line's at the same place,
like
but
behind Xbox in that regard.
Right.
Ahead in the console space, which makes sense, right? With all that, like,
so they're making different decisions to get there.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're not forced, right? They weren't forced as Xbox was to make a drastic change with Game Pass and all that kind of stuff, all the stuff we talked about. So Sony's doing it their own way, but they're fumbling in their own way, stumbling around a little bit, and it seems like doesn't have everything in motion. Again, still successful. PlayStation ain't dead. PlayStation ain't going anywhere. But they have said now again during this as well, I think it was Hideki that addressed it, Mav, that, we've acquired enough now. We need to see results from the acquisitions we made, new IP. We need to continue to expand our IP into transmedia. We need to keep doing that kind of stuff, which is all true. But it sounds like they're kind of at the point, Mav, where they're like, hey, outside of a strategic purchase here or there, we're kind of done acquiring at this moment in time. So we need the studios to step up and perform and see what our IP does. We're going to find out, man. It's going to be Concord's coming out this year. It's going to be quick. If there's one thing, it's that, you can't count IP out. There's always, comeback tours and all that kind of stuff. We've seen it plenty of times. However, with a brand new IP in the hero shooter space that is not going to be free to play, we're going to find out real quick what Concord does, right? We found out Foam Stars. We found out Foam Stars didn't do shit, okay? And a lot of people tried to promote that, say it's actually a good time, and, we're going to pull some of those Nintendo players over. None of that shit happened. So, I don't know. Kind of crazy, Mav. We did get more word from Hazardor too that the Marvel Rival closed beta also coming to Xbox and Steam. So it's not going to be PlayStation exclusive. The beta, they're going to open it up to all the other places as well. So if you're looking forward to Marvel Rival and you want to try that closed beta on your favorite platform, you can. So good to go.
Right on.
Yeah. Wanted to update that. Let me see here, Mav. Where do we go next here? I mean, this week has been crazy already, man. It's like, I just realized that the Game Pass announcement for Call of Duty was this week, right?
The fourth one or the third one?
The official.
Yeah, the official announcement.
I feel like we've been talking about this forever, but yes. The official announcement with trailer, which came out with a new live action trailer featuring Bill Clinton, George Bush, you name it, right? George W. was in it. They had Saddam Hussein in it.
Yeah.
Like, I love again, as a dude, I love Call of Duty trailers.
Oh, I
Activision.
thought you were gonna say I love
Marketing.
Saddam Hussein. I was gonna
No. But I will say that I love Activision's marketing. Like they just do such a fantastic job with it. The lead up to this trailer was great, Mav. But obviously the big news that, again, for some reason shocked and awed everybody. Yes, that was a throwback to Desert Storm. Was that it was coming to Game Pass. So shout out to General Schwarzkopf, by the way. So it's coming to Game Pass because at the end of the trailer, at least on the Xbox side, play it day one with Game Pass, right? So that was the announcement this week. People up in arms, people who claimed that it could never happen because Xbox would lose too much money, that Game Pass is killing off the industry, but somehow putting it into Game Pass is bad. There's so much hypocrisy out here. It's so funny, Mav.
Yeah.
But the fact is, we are getting a Game Pass day and date. Another huge experiment for Xbox to see if they can grow Game Pass. That's what this is. This is flat out, all chips in. You bought one of the biggest IP in the entire globe. You are now going to make that available on your subscription service. Does that move the needle, Mav? What do you think?
No. I don't think nothing moves the needles.
Nothing moves the needle.
We're
at that point. The game industry is dead. The games industry is dead. It's in a rut, bro.
The needles. They're man, these are some heavy needles out here, bro. They're just so hard to move. It's like every time there's anything that anybody talks about Xbox is like, did it move the needle though? You know? It's just like I keep hearing that so much. It's like, what fucking needle? You know? But like, yes. Will Call of Duty being in Game Pass make more people subscribe to Game Pass?
Yes.
There will be some, for sure. How many? I don't know.
20 million. What do you think, Mav? 20 million, over or under?
20 million more?
Yeah.
I'll go
Get
under.
to the 50 mark. Okay.
I'll go under. Right. Yeah. I think it's going to be probably in less than 10. In the 5.
More than like.
More so the 5 to 10. Somewhere there. Yeah. Right? I would assume. The conversation that's been going around that has to be the case. That they have to have a certain amount of, otherwise it's failure. People not realize that people that aren't subbing to Game Pass to get it are also buying the game.
Correct.
If they were going to play it. So maybe they lose sales of Xbox players that would have bought Game Pass that are already Call of Duty fans.
Yep.
But there's only a subsection there that are Game Pass subscribers that are also Call of Duty players necessarily, right? So yeah, you will lose sales there for sure. I'm one of them. I would have bought it, right? I'm not going to now, but maybe I'll buy that extra pass like they do with their other games if they have that, right?
Early access plus the battle pass and stuff.
Maybe I'm more willing to spend more money on microtransactions and all that kind of stuff because I didn't have to pay for the game, right? There's so many. How many people that are in Game Pass that weren't going to buy Call of Duty may play it now?
Correct.
There's so many different factors here that nobody ever fucking considers. It's only about one thing for them, and it's like how many new subs does it get? And if they don't get all those subs, this whole thing is a huge failure. And that's just not the case. If you buy Call of Duty on PlayStation, you helped Xbox and Microsoft, and you did exactly what they wanted you to do.
Mm-hmm.
If you buy the game on PC and don't subscribe to PC Game Pass, they are completely happy with that, and you did exactly what they wanted you to do. If you subscribe to Game Pass and you play Call of Duty, they did exactly what they wanted you to do. If you are a current subscriber to Game Pass and you play Call of Duty, you did exactly what they wanted you to do. There's not all of a sudden going to be this lack of money coming in to Call of Duty because of this. So there's, especially when the majority of the players that play Call of Duty are actually on PlayStation 4, which has come out. There's like a large percentage are actually on PS4. Like, there's going to be extra Game Pass subscribers for sure. It is going to help them. More so, it's not just Call of Duty. It's also going to be the culmination of all these fucking games launching one after another, all these experiences, the variety, and the word of mouth getting around, and people finally understanding what the fuck Game Pass is. If anything, I think Call of Duty is going to educate gamers in that way, because people are going to pay attention to it more than ever before, because a game like Call of Duty is in it. Launching in it day and date. And all the big games that have been part of ABK before, or other publishers or whatever, people will take notice and will start to become more and more educated, and will start to realize what it is. Remember when Starfield launched, it had the biggest subs, I think, for new Game Pass subscribers like ever in a short period, is what they had announced, right? This Call of Duty will surpass that exponentially, probably, right? But like, what do people consider a needle move? Like, that is the question. Like, because the needle's always fucking moving.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like, the more content that goes in there, the more subscribers they get. Yeah, it's gonna move. How much do they need to get? When? That's for the money guys there to figure out. Pressure, obviously they want as many subs as possible. There's gonna be pressure from the money guys always on Xbox and Microsoft now, because there's such a huge part of Xbox. I mean, huge part of Microsoft. But ultimately, I think that like, no matter what people do here, when they play Call of Duty and buy Call of Duty, there's no like negative for Xbox in this situation. They just want you to fucking play the game and buy it or subscribe to Game Pass. I've seen a lot of conversation about how it's like not going to be a win for them for this or that, or like Call of Duty is going to be in trouble if people play it in Game Pass, or Xbox is going to be in trouble if people buy the game on PlayStation and they don't like do this or whatever. They got fucking Call of Duty. Like, it's going to sell a shit ton. It's an automatic win for them. And they also have Warzone. They also have Warzone Mobile now. And it's like, the people are missing the bigger picture about the grander scheme of things a lot of times when they're looking at all this, and not ever realizing that Game Pass, as much of a part of it as Microsoft is, and as much as they're doubling and tripling down on it, has always still just been an option.
Yep.
It's not the only option, right? Like, they have the option to purchase the games there for a reason.
Correct.
And if you want to buy the games, they're super happy for you to do so, and that makes them money too. Like, so either way, they're going to win. They're going to get your money if you play Call of Duty. That's just how it is. And maybe it actually helps Call of Duty grow to people that weren't going to play it before.
Yep.
Anyway, that's my needle.
Yeah, no,
but I don't know.
I mean, obviously, I agree with you. And people do forget too, man. Like, this is coming to Switch too.
Yep.
Call of Duty is gonna be on Switch too. Call of Duty hasn't been on Switch in what, 10 years, 12 years, or on Nintendo for what, whatever it's been, 12, 15 years, whatever it's been. It's coming back once they launch the Switch 2. So that's going to be a whole nother audience that they're opening up to, that Activision wasn't getting any money for. Sure, is there development time in that? Absolutely, of course there's development time in that. But it's still not going to be to the degree that it takes, for after the fact for the initial development, right? So they're going to make money, like you said, Mav, no matter what happens at the end of the day. Now, do I think that personally Microsoft has goals see an increase in subs? Yes, of course I do. It's part of business. Of course they're expecting a certain amount of people
if they meet
subscribe.
or if they exceed those goals or do not meet those goals. Does that mean Xbox is going to cease to exist?
No, of course not.
100%.
It's so stupid. All that shit is nonsense. Like, again, this is why this conversation, it's so weird how it keeps coming back up time and time again, no matter how many times they've doubled and tripled down on this stuff about Game Pass. Like this is, again, I'm riding until the wheels fall off. Until Microsoft and Xbox come out and say, we are done with Game Pass. You're going back to buying games the old fashioned way. And we're not doing a subscription service. I don't give a shit. Why don't people care about Ubisoft Plus? Did Ubisoft Plus kill Ubisoft? No.
EA Play. Yeah.
Did EA Play kill EA? No.
Yeah, nobody. I brought that up before too, Pong. It's like nobody's like, man, Ubisoft. They're killing themselves with this subscription service, having this option out there. Like it's so fucking stupid, man. And they even put it on Xbox.
Right. And Microsoft has got a bigger base of subscribers than both of those probably combined do.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yes, they invest more with second and third party stuff, right? And putting it in there as well. Of course, that's part of it. But they've got a bigger subscriber base. But nobody ever questions Ubisoft or EA or anything else. Like they are doing exactly what they need to do. They are doubling and tripling down on this. They said it was coming to that all first party was coming to Game Pass. Was there conversation? I'm sure there was conversations. I've already stated that. But obviously, it won out. It's coming to Game Pass. Call of Duty is going to be there. They're still going to make oodles of money. At the end of the day, they're still going to make oodles of money. As I said during the whole ABK acquisition, right? When you put them in to the fold of Microsoft and Xbox, right? Even if you say Activision is still their own company underneath, their subsidiary of Xbox, of Microsoft Gaming, fine. Is it as important all the time that Call of Duty continuously hits the same numbers or better numbers? I don't think it always has to be that way. Of course, for return, do they want that to happen? Yes, that's why they're going to put it on Switch too. That's why they signed a deal with Nintendo. Right? But they're already getting more return from the games that they've put elsewhere. Sea of Thieves is a top seller on PlayStation right now. So they're recouping money left and right. They're taking in more money than they were before, which is exactly what you want to do as a business. Call of Duty is going to make the same or very close to the same or more than it ever has before because they're expanding the market even more. And because, like Mav said, the people who do get it in Game Pass are likely to buy the upgrade package, are likely to buy more skins. All of the stuff that we've come to know Call of Duty for is probably going to grow now that it's in Game Pass.
Are people worried about that with Assassin's Creed Shadows, Pong?
No, they're not. Nobody's asked how much money Ubisoft is going to lose by offering the Ultimate Edition in Ubisoft Plus for all of their games for $18 a month. Nobody's asked that question. Okay. They are going to do this. They certainly want numbers. What that number is, I have no idea. But if they do convert, let's say 5 to 10 million people to new subs for Game Pass, I got to believe that's within the range that they're looking for. I got to believe that is something they're looking for. Right?
Yeah.
And we're going to find out. But I think they had to do this. I think this is the ultimate experiment for Call of Duty, the biggest IP in the world. They're adding it to, and everybody acts again like Game Pass only has one game. Like if you buy Game Pass Ultimate, you only have Call of Duty. No, it's not how it works. You're going to have the 6 or 7 other first-party titles in there along with Call of Duty that are coming out this year, including Avowed, including Indiana Jones. So you get everything plus the other 400 games that are already in there. These conversations are dumb. Okay. Nobody asks these questions about any other subservices. We shouldn't ask it about Game Pass. Xbox and Microsoft are obviously evolving. Things have changed. Philosophy has changed. We've talked about it time and time again, but the fact remains that Game Pass is still a vehicle. Game Pass, they still believe in Game Pass. They're still investing heavily in Game Pass. We might be getting more games from Atlas into Game Pass if the rumors are true. Now, Atlas pulled back, but they're out there. They're picking up more games. Enjoy this fucking ride while it's here. That's all I'm going to tell you all. I don't know why as gamers, somehow spending more money means something. I never understood this. And nobody ever answers the question, do you all never rent a game from Blockbuster or never rent a game from Redbox ever in your life? Did you never buy a used game at GameStop ever in your life? Have you always supported the devs 100%, never bought a game on sale before? Because if you can't answer all of those things, yes, you're all bullshit when it comes to this whole conversation about Game Pass and about renting and about you're not doing the industry any favors, yada, yada, yada. The industry itself is responsible for itself. These publishers who have outrageous ballooning project costs to make a video game, that responsibility is on them, right? That's for them to figure out how this is all going to work out. A fucking subscription service at the end of the day is not the reason for anything happening within the games industry. It's not. Nor is Netflix the reason for any of Hollywood's problems. Okay? That's Hollywood's problems. They ran out of freaking ideas, right? They killed the movie. They killed the theater experience. They allowed that to happen. Okay? That's on Hollywood to figure out. It's on the video game industry to figure out how they're going to move forward and continuously make more and more profits under the capitalistic system that we currently have to be happy. But me as a consumer, as a gamer, why are you guys arguing about a cheaper way to play freaking games? Go F yourselves. I don't understand that mentality. None of you go out there and ask to pay full price or more than you have to for any other product. Why is video games all of a sudden different? Oh, because that's right. Xbox is trying to do something different. Because Xbox is trying to actually move the industry in a different way, or trying to find their own way in the industry and make their own rules for how they're going to do business here. That's why you all have a problem with it. So stop leaning into this whole nonsense. You're fake shocked at Call of Duty going into Game Pass. And oh my God, how are they going to do this? How are they going to do this? There's no way they can give up millions of sales.
It's not sustainable.
You know what? It's old and it's been played out for about, I don't know, 2-3 years now.
Oh,
These arguments.
that's been since 2017, probably.
Yeah, going again. I'm just talking about from when I've been in this community and seen it really start to ramp up this generation for sure with Xbox's moves and their acquisitions. Everything's going to be fine, folks. It ain't always going to be pretty. It's not always going to go the way that we want it to. Again, I don't agree with all the moves. Again, we obviously criticized over the Tango closure, right? And Arcane closure and Alpha Dog. Like, it's not always going to be roses. But this industry is here to stay, and Xbox is here to stay one way or the other. And for right now, Game Pass is doing just fine. And them throwing Call of Duty in there is just better for us as gamers. Pure and simple. So I'm going to enjoy it while it's here.
No, it's
I'm happy
bad.
Call of Duty's coming in. Yeah, I know it's bad. It's terrible.
It's bad, Pong. We're just
It's terrible.
welfare gamers that want games for free and going to ruin the industry.
That's and Silver Afro, that was Silver Afro, you're right. You're right. The Neo Geo was a flex back in the day because it cost $700 when you had to import it. And the games were freaking $150, $100, $150 a piece. Again, I got to play one because I worked at Funkoland and we so happened to have a used one that nobody ever came in to buy because it was so damn expensive. But video games were a niche back then too, right? They weren't what we have now. And that's changed once they started grabbing the mass audiences. The financials changed, right? Everything changed. The economics around video games changed. But yeah, the 3DO, $1,000, $800, whatever it was when it launched, I laughed. There's no way in hell I was going to go pay that much for a 3DO. Any of my buddies who own one, I was like, damn, dude. Really? Because it was like, yo, you got some cash if you're putting that out. But it's always been, as a consumer, as a gamer, when I could walk in a Blockbuster or whatever your favorite store, little local video store was that rented games, and you could walk out with 2 games for the weekend for $5 or $6. Yo, that was the best day ever, right? And you might keep them and pay the late charges for a couple extra days, right? That was the best day ever. Now we have more access to more games and honestly, which we can budget out for more games than we ever could have back in the day because of all the options that we have, how to play our games, how to buy our games, how to rent our games, how to get our games on sale, for God's sakes. We have all of that nowadays. And people honestly are out here saying, y'all poor gamers. You aren't real gamers. You're not supporting the devs. Get the hell out of here with that shit, man. That's for the companies to figure the F out. It's not for us as gamers and consumers to just willfully go into debt for video games because that's supporting the devs. Like I go take out a loan because I want Tango and Arcane around. So I'm going to go buy a bunch of extra copies of their game just to make sure that they stick around a little bit longer. No, that's for Microsoft and Xbox to figure the fuck out. Not for me. So anyways, enjoy Call of Duty on Game Pass, everybody. And all these people out here saying, I'm not block anybody who's going to buy it. I'm going to play it through Game Pass. Good. Didn't want you around anyway. Didn't want you around anyway. You're an energy demon. Didn't want you around. You're nothing about out here for clout anyways. You guys are all jokers and clowns. So get the hell out. Block everybody. I don't want you around anywhere near while I'm playing games anyways. So get the hell out of here. Fuck, man.
Yeah. It's
get off my lawn.
Crazy what's out there right now.
It is a crazy world, man. It's a crazy world that we continue to have these conversations time and time again, but whatever, man. Oh, shit. Where are we going next here, Mav? Where are we going next? What else we got to get into, man? Well, I'm going to bring up something a little favorite for me real quick here, Mav.
There's a little gameplay clip that Shinobi shared on Twitter of Silent Hill 2.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna bring it up just for the sake, because it doesn't look as bad for this like pure gameplay clip.
Right. Bring it up while everybody's watching. Real quick here, man. Yeah. We got a new rumor this week, everybody. All you Resident Evil fans.
You didn't love Mary anyway.
I didn't have it. I had the sound on for it.
Oh, you had the sound on? Okay,
yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So you guys all know with me, Resident Evil, some I can play, some I can't play. I can do the older remakes. I don't have a problem with them, but I have a favorite. And I'm not the biggest Resident Evil fan by any stretch of the imagination, but I enjoy the games. And I have since 1 on PlayStation 1. Okay. I still have the big box version. For those of you that know what a PlayStation big box is, you guys will know what I'm talking about. I have a favorite, and that favorite came out on Dreamcast, and that is Code Veronica. Now I know that's a hot take. There's people who hate Code Veronica, who think it shouldn't exist. But I love Code Veronica. Okay. I loved it on the Dreamcast. Me and my buddy played it for like 36 hours straight when it came out. Had a blast with Code Veronica. Maybe it's nostalgia, but I've been wanting that to be one of the remakes. Well, this week we got word, Mav, that both RE1 or that RE1 remake, I should say, let's put it this way. RE1 remake rumors are false.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there was rumors floating around that RE1 was being remade. That's false, supposedly. RE9 has been pushed back to late 2025, 2026, but that Resident Evil 0 and Code Veronica are both in development at Capcom.
Okay.
I don't care about 0, but I care about Code Veronica. If this is real, Mav, I will be there. Depending on when it shows up. I can't say absolutes because I've said this about games before and then it's come out and I've been like, dude, I got so many games right now. I can't do. Assuming that it comes out at a good time when I'm not loaded up with brand new games that I'm currently playing. Code Veronica will be day one for me. That's how much I love it. I am so excited for this. And again, Capcom don't miss. Capcom's figured out how to do these. So yes, and more yes. So any Code Veronica fans out there, and Code Zero fans for that matter, rejoice. The rumors are both of them being remade. I know Mr. Joanna Dark is out there somewhere. He and I are both Code Veronica super fans. We have been asking for this for a long time. Looks like we're finally getting it. I can't wait. Chat, how do you guys feel about Code Veronica? You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy for liking Code Veronica?
I think when Capcom redoes their Resident Evil games, they're always like way better anyway than they originally were. So the one that they really need to remake just so they can improve it is Resident Evil 6, because that game was straight ass. So if they can remake Resident Evil 6 and turn it into a good game, that would be great. So maybe for those that didn't like Code Veronica, maybe we can do the same for that.
5 and 6 could be remade.
All of the like the old school Resident Evil games, like their remakes are just fucking amazing, dude.
Phenomenal.
That's like how it needs to be done, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what the winning formula has been. Yeah, they are, and they respect the originals. Again, you respect the originals by going up and beyond and keeping, for the most part, the story beats in line. They haven't always been perfect to the fans, but they have done overall a great job. They have added to the stories. They have added to some of the Resident Evil games that have made them better in some people's eyes. That's how you do it. And that's why Capcom's winning right now. That's why they're on top of the world.
Have you seen the Star Wars Hunters game, the Overwatch clone Star Wars game? It's coming out on Switch this year.
No.
It's another one.
I remember
I forgot
the trailer.
about it.
I don't care. I because if it's the trailer that we saw last year or whatever it was, I had zero.
Dexerto had tweeted this one, and it looks like Concord and
Here are
Marvel
today's
rival.
Wasn't it mobile too?
Yeah, it's on mobile and Switch.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, no.
But it was just like, this was my point though. It's like there's so many of these fucking games, man.
Yeah,
like they all look the same. Like it's all 5v5 like hero shooter thing.
Yeah, know? this whole game show atmosphere they got with Star Wars Hunters. Yeah, no, no, we ain't doing that shit. Star Wars Outlaws for me this year. That's all I need.
Yeah,
we're good. We're golden. Mav, CD Projekt Red has officially ended Cyberpunk support 2077. They have moved their entire team now over. They are done updating Cyberpunk.
Where's the multiplayer mode?
Shut up. Where's the free DLC? Multiple DLCs we were supposed to get.
Yeah,
they broke promises.
Yeah.
I love Cyberpunk 2077. I still have to go play Phantom Liberty. Right, I'm going to go back and do a new playthrough, 300 hours in one playthrough on Cyberpunk, okay? I love it, right? One of my top 10 all-time games. I said it from day one, just like Starfield. From day one, I was in. I'm glad everybody's catching up now, right? And I'm glad that CD Projekt Red did the classic CD Projekt Red and fixed the game so that other people could finally say, oh yeah, this is actually a freaking amazing game. I'm so happy. But they did break promises, and I've called them out before. But that's not what we're here to talk about. They have moved the rest of the team over. They now have 400 people on the new Witcher game, right? Which is fantastic. That's full production. They have 407 people total now on the Witcher series, the new game. They have 56 people currently working on the new Cyberpunk game. That's what really matters to me, is that we're actually getting a sequel. There was a time there, Mav, where I came on our shows and I said, I'm just worried we're never going to see Cyberpunk 2077 again. But the resurgence, the comeback tour that they had, they made a whole new team just to work on the next Cyberpunk. 56 people starting out on that. That's really good. They've got 39 people on the Sirius project, 20 people on the Hatter project. And then they moved some people over to shared services and other projects that they got going on. But CDPR is in full swing yet again. They came out, talked about their financials. Their financials are ridiculously good for the quarter because of, actually for about the past half year, 2 quarters, because of Phantom Liberty retaking off again and Cyberpunk selling like mad again. So CD Projekt Red is great. I know the Witcher fans out there are excited for the next one. I'm just excited to see the second Cyberpunk. I know it's probably going to be 5 years away, somewhere in that neighborhood, but I don't care. Next gen, Cyberpunk, the sequel, all in, bro. But I am going to go play back. But good to hear CD Projekt Red is in full swing, huh, Mav, with these projects?
Oh, yeah, man. What's going on just in general, like in Poland and all these different studios, like it's pretty crazy. But like, for them especially as well, like let's get more games from them. I think they really have been building up their tech a lot. So I think with the next game we see, hopefully comes out.
Moving to Unreal. Moving to Unreal. So
it's gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be interesting. Yeah, because their Red engine is amazing.
I know. Okay, so let's talk about that. Like, what you finally kind of really push everything with NVIDIA, your engine with Cyberpunk 2077, and now after doing everything you did there and being kind of ended up turning into a showpiece game, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's a showpiece, especially on PC. Holy shit.
Now you decide to, because if you get like a 4090, the first thing you do for a lot of people is play Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah, with the I forget what they call it, the hyper.
Yeah, there's like all that shit, right? Like,
yeah.
Why, after investing that much in your own technology, do you just switch to use somebody else's?
Cost and effectiveness, efficiency. Efficiency. That's what it's all about, man.
We'll see. We'll see. It's not always necessarily the best choice, but we'll see what they do with it, right? Because there's still tools that they got to use.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. And if they get down and dirty, they obviously have an extremely talented studio with a bunch of devs. If they learn Unreal Engine, like we saw, obviously with Ninja Theory, Coalition.
But Ninja Theory has always been known as a Unreal Engine kind of specialist studio.
Correct.
Right.
Right. But I'm just saying, if they can do that, because a lot of those devs would have already had experience elsewhere on Unreal at some point. Again, most devs do.
Yeah.
So not using the proprietary, because we saw, right, that how long that Bethesda hung on to the first edition of Creation Engine before they upgraded, right? It's a lot of work. They finally had to hire an engineering team. They used to do it themselves. The devs did take turns fixing the Creation Engine. For Creation Engine 2.0, they actually hired a whole team. But I think that it's just pipeline stuff here, Mav. I think with them working on multiple projects like they are, 3 to 4 different projects, having Unreal Engine as your engine just makes things easy, especially now that Unreal Engine is starting to mature, right? This gen with 5.3, which is what Avowed is now on. The tools are obviously getting better and better. It's going to be easier to keep all those projects in line and keep moving forward. I think that's pretty much what it comes down to at this point. But the Red engine was a great engine, bro. Great engine. Yeah. What they did with Cyberpunk is crazy.
I don't know. So, I've always I kind of like when the devs have pushed and use their own tech a lot. So like it's not I have it. If it's used properly, I love Unreal Engine. I just don't know. I always think it's like necessarily. Sorry. Always like the necessarily. It's not necessarily. It's not necessarily like the home run for every developer. It doesn't. And I like when these developers have used their own tech and really push things forward because like it always has like even a slightly different feel, that's only you can get with their engine.
Unique.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but that's not to say that they can't recreate their feelings and stuff in Unreal Engine 5. I know it's a very universal type engine. So, for me, it's like not super exciting to see, but we'll see what they do. Maybe it's like the chat says for recruiting as well and all that kind of stuff.
Easier to hire talent. Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so we'll see how the games are. I'm sure the talent is amazing there, right? Yep. So you have great writers, great storytellers, and great artists and engineers, and like all the above. And they're gonna create something special. And
the complete package.
Yeah, it's
I just hope the next Witcher finally grabs me. I just hope the next Witcher finally grabs me.
You know what's interesting? Like developers like CD Projekt Red, I kind of put them and like Larian in a similar boat right now, because like CD Projekt Red just had like a little CRPG called The Witcher come out on the PC, right? And then you get a little bit of attention and you get a fan base, right? Okay, you open your eyes, and The Witcher 2 comes out. And it ends up hitting on console as well, and then on PC, and it's like, oh, okay, well, this is actually something really good. This is a great game, getting some praise, but it didn't sell like crazy or anything like that. It just drew some more attention. Got a little bit more fans, right? So they take that money, and they go and make The Witcher 3. Witcher 3 comes out, and people are like, what the fuck? Where did this studio come from? Right, who are these guys? Oh, I've always loved The Witcher. Yeah, right. Yeah, first, but yeah, they tons of fans come out, and then all of a sudden you have this massive hype for their next project. Then Cyberpunk, it has all these crazy expectations. Before Cyberpunk, they had never launched a game with expectations before that were high, even remotely high. Really, Cyberpunk came out. What happened. But now you have this massively established studio that's only a couple games away from making The Witcher, the original Witcher, which is just a small CRPG. Like, well, not small, but like it's a very niche game, like a game like for somebody like me or you, like not the console enthusiast gamer. In just a few different games have launched from that to become household name of like where I'll see them as like this really crazy tentpole studio. And now they have all these projects in the works and they've grown so much and stuff. Then you look at Larian, right? Larian did Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, got a little bit bigger audience. They took their time and made Baldur's Gate 3. It comes out, massive praise. It's like, wow, where do these guys come from? Like, wow, it's amazing, you know?
Well, the PC community knew. 3 years of building an early access, right?
Yeah.
3 years of building that game.
Before that, though, it was just the Divinity games, and those were like massive franchises for a lot of people. They're like
they sold very well, but no, yes, right? Because CRPGs,
everybody knows Larian
game,
right?
And everybody knows CRPGs again.
Yes. So like, and now whatever they make next, people are gonna like be taught. Yeah,
bro. Yeah, whatever it's gonna be, it doesn't matter what it is. Yes.
I love seeing these studios like ascend like this. You know,
one of the best. It's one of the best things to watch in video games. I love it too. I think it's awesome when these studios come out and build themselves up and just
from
work
like just
and
smaller experiences. Yeah, 100%. Man.
Love that. Bold Alpha. Yeah, I Witcher. The Witcher 3 is one of the strangest experiences I've ever had in my video game history. Everything about that game should be one of my favorite games of all time. Everything about that game, outside of the combat, should be one of my favorite games. And I do enjoy The Witcher 3, but I have now dropped off of it 4 times. The latest time was after the new update that they did for the current gen, which they did improve the combat.
When do you drop off? What point in the
game? All different time. Generally speaking, I probably on average 10 to 12 hours in.
Like after the Witch's Bog area, the Witch Bog area, the swamp.
Somewhere in there, yeah. So, but you know how I play RPGs too, so I'm all over the place. Right? I'm not powering through, so like it's different.
Mm-hmm.
I had a better experience this last time around. Do I love the world? Yes, right? I do. I love the monsters. Yeah, of course I love the monsters. I love the storytelling. I love the missions. Again, this game should be one of my favorite all-time games. It's got all the recipe, but for whatever reason, I can't stick it out. I drop off of it. It's not a game that makes me want to continuously play it. It's the weirdest. It is. It's got to be my ultimate, like,
it's
how
an
can
enigma. Like, you don't understand why you're
it's
not
like,
into
I
it.
don't, right.
I've been there 100%. There's certain games like that for me. Like, I should love it. Everything about it, you should love. For some reason, it doesn't click.
Yep, and it's strange. Again, I'm not saying I'm never gonna go try it again, because I will, because I like want to, because like I want to continue to experience the story. I want to go see more. Like, I love the world, so I'm gonna try it again. But at some point, Flush Jackson, the worst thing is watching a studio take a direction they aren't passionate about and then fail and fall apart. Yeah, and we've seen that a lot of times nowadays, and it sucks. The opposite is just as bad as the good side, where people do continuously work on what they love and make themselves into something. So but yeah, man, the RPG choices are good too. Yes, exactly. Bold Alpha, I should love it. So weird.
I don't know if I missed this at the beginning of the stream before you got here, Pong, but we had 2 single ticket memberships earlier on. I just went back and looked, like Rainbolt and Flush Jackson. I got Bold Alphas. But we also got a $5 super chat to get to as well.
Okay, yeah, get to that one too. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters. Thanks for the single tickets today aboard the Fun Speculation Hype Train.
Did you just call them splitters?
Oh, did I call them splitters? Jesus, I got to. Okay, speculators.
Speculators.
Welcome aboard, speculators. Welcome aboard, speculators. I know.
Hey, go be a splitter as well. We're on Living Split Screen.
Join the splitters. Sorry.
You're good, man. Jax82 with the $5 super chat says, "I'm glad I have PlayStation Plus and a backlog of games. This show sucked so bad. Going in the wrong direction. This may be my last PlayStation for a while." Damn.
Hey.
This show had a major negative impact on your psyche for PlayStation. You must have voted D on Keely's poll.
Probably. Again, this is the first generation I haven't owned the PlayStation.
Yeah.
I've owned every other PlayStation at some point. Again, PlayStation 3, I did not own until halfway through. right. But this is the first time I've absolutely looked at what they've got coming, even what I know about. And I'm like, I just don't, there's nothing that's going to absolutely make me buy a PlayStation this time around. Because again, I'm not going to buy it for 1 or 2 games. Kind of like, Nintendo. I've held off on Nintendo forever because they haven't interested me. And I'm not going to buy it for the couple franchises that I was interested in. So yeah, I'm with you, Jax. Again, they're just not offering me anything that I need right now. So, and again, now with my PC, it changes my direction even more so in a lot of ways too. So, which is the first time I've ever had a gaming PC. So it does change the perspective there. But just on the outset, I was not planning on buying a PlayStation at any point this generation until they did something where I was like, okay, I absolutely need to get this. They just haven't put out anything. Because again, if I was in the superhero games, different story. If I was a Spider-Man fan, different story, right? Not. God of War, again, good game. It's not something I need to go play. Horizon, I'm a fan of Horizon, but again, not going to go buy it for that one game. Stellar Blade, great game. I want to play it bad, but I'm not going to buy a PlayStation 5 for it, just like I didn't buy the Switch for Bayonetta 3, right? I'm just not. So yeah, Jax, totally understand what you're doing, man.
Are there really any like system sellers anymore?
For me, yes, of course, right? But
like,
Xbox happens to own most of the studios, so like it's like,
like what would be okay? So I think most of them would be multi-plat, like but it's not going to sell a system over a system. You're just going to buy which one you prefer. But like for needing to own a console, like most of those games are like GTA is going to be that game, right? You're going to need to own a console to play it. Right, so it's going to sell systems.
Most likely. Still thinks it's coming PC day one. I don't think it is, but we'll see.
I think didn't they already say or no?
They haven't confirmed anything. They've only shown console.
I think they should do PC day and day, but
they should do PC, but they never have, and I'm not expecting to change this time. I think they're going to put all their effort into consoles. That's why their console versions are so fantastic when they come out, because they put all the time and resources into the console versions. The one big studio that treats console players actually as the top tier, right? They've just never been a PC, but I think within a year they'll have the PC version out. But
I just for me there hasn't been like one game that's like an exclusive for PlayStation or Xbox that if it's more about the ecosystem in general. Like, I mean, I say
you would have bought an Xbox
like,
for you would have bought an Xbox for Halo Infinite, no matter what.
Right? Yeah. I would have.
Yeah. Right. So for me,
but that's an individual like fandom thing. You know what I mean?
Sure, but that's kind of big though. I mean, that's a big part of it. Anything for a system seller, it's going to be that. There's a ton of people who buy PlayStation just for Spider-Man.
Traditional, right?
So is
there though, like, or do they just buy a PlayStation because that's the next console? That's the console.
I think there's enough Spider-Man fans out there. I think the numbers they put up, there's enough people that honestly do own a PlayStation just to play Spider-Man. I do think there is that, but. I don't know. In a different timeline, let's say in a totally different timeline, right? Xbox never buys Bethesda, right? Never buys ZeniMax, right? And PlayStation cuts a deal for Starfield.
You would have bought a PlayStation for Starfield.
I would have bought a PlayStation for Starfield. But that's me again. How many of me are out there? I don't know. Like you just in general, is there still a system seller for me that would have got me to buy a PlayStation? Yeah, that would have been it.
But like that game was exclusive to Xbox, and for some reason it wasn't like the system seller that like it's fucking Todd Howard's next game. Like what?
Because PC, Bethesda's still a PC company.
Right.
At the end of the day.
Okay. So
you know what I'm saying? The majority of their players have been. Yes, they built a very awesome console base, but it was a new IP as well, Mav.
I just don't know. I just don't know when it's ever going to do it for Xbox.
Had it been Elder Scrolls 6, Mav,
yeah,
I think there would have been some PlayStation guys who did and gals that bought an Xbox. If it was just straight exclusive and they didn't have a PC, I think there would have been some that would have invested in a Series S at least to play Elder Scrolls 6. I think Elder Scrolls 6 was still one of those, right? So with Fallout, same thing. Obviously, we're seeing Fallout's even massive resurgence here. So, but I think there are a couple. Like you said, Grand Theft Auto is obviously one of them. Obviously, Call of Duty, but those are both multi-player.
Right, like it's what is. I don't know.
In this day and age, I don't know if it's
like for the
as much anymore.
masses, like to like, oh, everybody's got to go and get a Xbox or PlayStation right now because of this game. Okay. Like you could announce the next God of War, next Spider-Man, and the next this or that. I don't think it's gonna like.
No, I think it's more cumulative nowadays, Mav, too.
Yeah.
I think the lineup is more cumulative because there are people who legitimately only look for PlayStation games and they enjoy all of them. Like that's a thing, right? I learned last generation as I was playing on PlayStation 4 first, and I was playing through. They had some, weird games from the East and JRPGs and stuff that you couldn't get on Xbox, and I was playing those, whatever else. And I enjoyed my time with PlayStation. But as I started playing PlayStation games, like I said, I picked up Spider-Man. Right, day one, right? I picked up God of War, right? And I'm like, okay, these aren't my type of games, right? And that's when I started playing my Xbox more. And when I got back on the Xbox One halfway through last gen, and I started playing Gears, right? And I started playing Forza again. I was like, I'm home. Like, this is what I love, right? I bought Gran Turismo Sport on PlayStation 4. I was like, it's a Gran Turismo game. I enjoy it, but I miss Forza. I miss, like, I just found myself figuring out and realizing that I just like more of what Xbox offers, right? But it's in totality. And now that they've made all these acquisitions, again, knowing that I'm going to get these games in Game Pass, right?
I mean, there's like literally like 7 or 8 games coming in the second half that we're excited to play. From Xbox,
exactly.
Right?
My type of games.
It's a cumulative thing for me too.
Yeah.
But there are certain games I would feel like I would have to have the console for, but I'm just talking about more in general, like, for the masses and stuff now, it like which franchise is it that they have that does that, and maybe Indiana Jones could sell, like it's Indiana Jones system sell if Starfield isn't, like Indiana Jones, Elder Scrolls 6. I see you guys in the chat saying that
Elder Scrolls 6 is definitely that could, if they knock it out of the Elder Scrolls 6 has that power for sure.
But like it could be multiplat also.
Yes, it could be multiplat at this point. Right. I'm not going to hold that. That's going to keep it exclusive. I still think that they are going to do certain things exclusive, and I think they're going to be, most of the time it's going to be timed exclusivity. Like we've been hearing this week too. There's been some comments out there that kind of internally, no games off the table, but they will hold a game to PC and Xbox only, right? Ecosystems until it's sold everything that they think they can get out of it. And then in the future, they will put it on other systems down the road. So it'll be a timed exclusivity thing, right?
And Nate Dogg says he bought his Series X for Starfield.
Yeah, I saw that. Bold Alpha said he got his PS5 for Ragnarok.
Okay, fair enough. I like I said this before, I got my PlayStation again mainly for Gran Turismo, right?
Right.
So I guess it's just different for everybody that one game,
Yeah, it's different these days because of how many games are out there, man.
Yeah, I mean, I bought a PC for Starfield.
Right, you did. You upgraded. I mean, it helped with the podcast too, but you did really want the 60 frame for Starfield.
Right.
That was yes,
1000%.
Speaking of Bethesda, map, you sent me a link today to a Variety article where they did a small interview with Todd. I was expecting something bigger, and it turned out to be like this little thing, but still, Variety interviewed Todd and asked him about the success of Fallout again, right? And the TV show and the resurgence. Because Fallout 76, if you guys didn't know, Fallout 76. Oh, that's right, the dead game. The dead game that they old games. The dead game they should have stopped putting any resources into and killed off a long damn time ago, right? The dead game that everybody said, oh, Bethesda, they've lost their way. They can't make games anymore. I love this shit, man. I love this shit. Anyways, that's right. That dead game after the Fallout show hit a new mark of 20 million players.
Did you see Matt Piscatella's breakdown of the rankings in April for the Fallout franchise?
I saw his other stuff. I don't remember seeing.
Yeah, he had a tweet specifically about Fallout, and what the show did for Fallout, where their March rankings were for dollars earned, and then comparatively to April. And it's crazy because he had a couple.
Let me see.
Show up in the top 10.
Do you remember how many days ago it was?
It was yesterday, I think.
Was yesterday? Okay. All right.
It was a reply. It was in his thread. I'm trying to see if I had shared it or if I.
Was it in his video game thread? Oh, here it is. Fallout video game US dollar sales rank, April rank, which is actually March.
Yeah.
Okay, so
comparatively to the month before.
Yes. So 5th overall for Fallout 4 versus 87th. So it moved from 87th to 5th. This is video game US dollar sales ranks. Fallout 76 went from 159th ranking to 8th.
Yeah. Two Fallout games in the top 10 and dollars earned in
but
that
even
month.
But even the other ones. Fallout New Vegas from 193 to 24.
Mm-hmm.
Fallout 3 from 316th place to 37th.
Yep.
Fallout 4 VR.
Yeah.
From 605th place to 99th, top 100. Fallout 1 plus Fallout 2 plus Fallout Tactics bundle went from those are hardcore tactics.
Yeah.
Bro, those are some of the hardest damn games ever. Like, they are ridiculous. That whole bundle went from 668th position to 122nd. And the Fallout Special Anthology went from ranking 3,976 place to 137th. He goes, the Fallout show, it did some work.
Yeah. Going from the two games in the top 10 and dollars earned for the month, bro.
Yes.
That's insane for not new games, like old games, right?
This is the power of transmedia. This is something that we talked about, Mav, a long time ago, right? We've been talking about transmedia ever since we started hearing that word and really, how powerful it was. This is why I think you and I are still on board that at some point, Microsoft does jump back into the studio, the movie and TV studio side of things again, to control their IP, to have their own production company, to make games based upon all this freaking IP that they have, right?
Go get
I think
Discovery, guys.
Yeah,
come on.
I know. At some point, I think they still do jump in. But this is the power of transmedia when it's done correctly. We just had Sony, Herman Holston, Hideki bring up transmedia yet again. We had Hiroki Totoki bring it up for PlayStation during their business meeting. How they have seen that carry over, bring new players in to the IP, even some non-gamers who just want to try out video games once they realize that what they just got done watching and had a great time watching is actually based on a video game, right? Transmedia is ultra important when it's done right. I think, right, had they done the Halo, and again, casual Halo fan, didn't watch the TV series, just going by what everybody had to say, right? Had they done the Halo TV series, more like the Halo games, I think they could have seen a better reception on the comeback to Halo Infinite and Halo in general. Had they done that series differently, not gone the route they did, ignore all the lore and create this adult drama versus Halo, I think they could have done better. Now, Mav and some others certainly have their moments and they actually enjoyed the Halo show. But I think that transmedia has this power. Fallout did its own thing, but definitely with Todd Howard's influence, absolutely recreated the Fallout world, right? And made it fun and made it. And again, I still have a hard time believing the universal love it got, because me personally, I thought it was really good and I binged it, but to the universal love, I didn't. But this has reached that status now. So 20 million people, let me pull up this interview real quick because it's a short one with Variety. 20 million people on 76. So that's the lead headline, as Fallout 76 crosses 20 million players amid success of Amazon TV series Bethesda Game Studios. Todd Howard talks franchise future, and this is an exclusive from Jennifer Moss at Variety. Fallout 76 has found a whole new world of players thanks to the popularity of Amazon's Fallout TV series. The Bethesda Game Studios title, which first launched in October 2018, crossed 20 million downloads and plays as of Wednesday. That is a jump from the 17 million players Fallout 76 had totaled in December, ahead of the April 10th release of Jonathan Nolan's Fallout TV adaptation on Prime Video. It's kind of been a sneaky popular title for a while, but not to this level. And it's just been really great I can hear his voice when I read Todd's quotes. It's so weird, man. I've listened to so much Todd Howard. It's just been really great for for the whole studio, Bethesda director and executive producer Todd Howard, who oversees the Fallout franchise, told Variety. In under 2 months since the series premiered and has already been picked up for a second season, daily active users across the Fallout video games franchise titles developed and published by Bethesda, a division of Microsoft Gaming, have ballooned over 600% to more than 5 million players. You just don't see those numbers in video games like that. Depending on the Fallout game, quote, depending on the Fallout game, you're looking at a 4 to 6 times increase in the daily players, which is beyond anything I've ever seen in my 30 years of doing this, Howard said. Having an event that brings that many people into your games that you have and who have never played your games before, that's a big thing. New players who have never played a game or never played one of our games, it's really, really unique moment. Additionally, the total number of concurrent players has increased across Fallout 76, Fallout Shelter, Fallout 4, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, while Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 currently sit within the top 7 first-party Xbox Game Pass games by hours, along with Bethesda's Starfield and Skyrim. They have 4 games up there, Mav. Jesus.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're done. They're toast. Bethesda can't do it anymore. Meanwhile, the Fallout TV series pulled in 65 million viewers in its first 16 days of availability, according to Amazon Prime Video, with season 1 dropping in its entirety April 10th. That makes it the second most watched title ever on the platform and the most watched title since the debut on The Lord of the Rings of Power back in 2022. Based on Bethesda's franchise of the same name, the Fallout TV series is set 200 years after the apocalypse. Rather than attempt to follow any one specific storyline from a Fallout video game, the drama simply focuses on the gentle denizens of luxury Fallout shelters that are forced to return to the irradiated hellscape their ancestors left behind and are shocked to discover an incredibly complex, gleefully weird, and highly violent universe waiting for them. I don't have to go on to that. They're planning on season 2, as we well know. As far as plans for Fallout season 2 at Amazon Go, Howard, who executive produces alongside series creator Nolan, is able to report the plan is to currently continue to follow the characters from season 1 rather than shifting to a different iteration of Fallout World for new episodes. Quote, the one thing about TV that Jonah told me from day one is it's about finding characters, and I think it's really awesome how these characters have resonated with the audience, Howard said. And I think that there's still stories to tell there. There's so many great characters. I love Norman Chet. I love the 2 of them in every scene, and obviously we have the Ghoul and Lucy and Maximus, but there's so many great characters that still have a lot of stories left to tell. So what does all this Fallout success mean for new games in the universe? Quote, the TV show, I feel like it took us 15 years from when I first started talking about it, but it was just 5 years since Jonah and I first talked, Howard said. And games take a good 5-ish years. So we're in plans for future games in the series and nothing to talk about right now, but we're always planning. End quote. End of the article. Man, when I thought about this, right?
Yeah.
And tell me I'm on base with that last quote. It's been about 5 years since I first started talking to Jonah about the Fallout, and games take about 5 years. It's nothing to say now, but we've always got things in the works. Paraphrasing, obviously, all that. The fact that he mentioned the 5-year thing,
yeah, and that it's been 5 years since he started talking, like it's kind of weird,
right? It was weird because we know that the current plan for Fallout 5 is after Elder Scrolls 6. Well, Elder Scrolls 6, as we all know, is probably at this point 3-4 years out, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe sooner. Again, I've said that I think they could speed it up and have it in first year by 2027, first year launch of the new console. 3 to 4 years out, and then they were supposed to start full production on Fallout 4.
Right.
Or Fallout 5, I mean. So that would be another 5 years. This makes it seem like, okay, even if it's not Fallout 5, now there's been smoke that maybe they're creating a separate team as we speak to just work on Fallout itself because of how big Fallout is. So either they're speeding up and leapfrogging Fallout 5, right, to be done alongside Elder Scrolls 6, and they're massively expanding Bethesda proper, or is it possible now that some of the talk out there that they are going to let another Obsidian come along and work on a game in between, meaning 5 years from the time we talk about it, like he said, means that we are getting a game in between Elder Scrolls 6 or I mean, we're getting a Fallout game before Fallout 5. What do you think? Because that is curious how he said that last part. Like, yeah, we're talking about we always got plans. Well, those plans were for about 8 years at least from now for Fallout 5. Now he's talking about 5 years, make games. Okay, well, that's gonna. What do you think? Think they got it? Think they're doing something?
I think they're doing something. I just don't. It's hard to say exactly what. When they were acquired by Microsoft, I would think at the time maybe they were looking. They could have went and looked at ways to make sure that it doesn't take as long between those franchises. But I don't know like if you go how you handle that, because for me, like Todd Howard, that's one of his babies, right? For the main franchise,
absolutely,
right?
Yep.
So main franchise game, he's going to want to be in control, and he's probably going to want his main team on it, right?
Correct.
Because that's the team, you know. But we're gonna have to wait for that. So what does he do, and how does he handle the situation in the meantime? Do they greenlight things? Microsoft is now also stewards of the IP, right? I would have thought this marriage of people within the history of the Fallout franchise all ended up through different means under Microsoft, right? Obsidian with their lineage back to Interplay. You have In Exile with their lineage back to Interplay. And then you have the stewards that had acquired the Fallout franchise from Interplay and had been running with it ever since. So you have all in-house under Microsoft. You have the originators of this franchise, right? At different studios. You have Obsidian, you have In Exile, where they were different. They weren't the same studios. They were different studios under Interplay, right? But the same people, right? And now you have Todd. So my thinking was, hypothetically, after this acquisition, they could have had discussions. How do we get a Fallout team together with some of the original visionaries of the franchise and Todd Howard? All like Todd Howard could be in charge of like overall overseeing things, right? But then you could also have like, okay, maybe In Exile's second project is a Fallout thing, right? Maybe Obsidian has a Fallout project, or maybe we know that this happens because we saw it with Activision. Maybe there's new teams that get formed that nobody ever knows about until they're ready to announce something, right? That are just kind of kept from us until that time has come. And if I were Microsoft, what I would have done is I would have went to In Exile, I would have went to Obsidian, and I would have went to Todd, and I would have said, hey, can we put a special team together for the Fallout franchise? Because it is a huge property for us, right? Much like they did with Coalition and Gears, 343 and Halo. Fallout is very important, right? Elder Scrolls, they already have ZeniMax Online handling that, right? With their current game. Plus, they also know they're not as far away from the next big Elder Scrolls game, right? And maybe they also do have that Oblivion remaster or remake in the works. So maybe they think they're good there. But this is just all speculation. If I was Microsoft and I was Phil Spencer, I would have been like sending emails to Fergus Urquhart or something. I can't. There's some strange names. Okay, the In Exile guy. So you got Brian Fargo, right, at Obsidian, I think, right? Then you got
Brian Fargo's in Exile. Right?
Okay, yeah, In Exile is Brian Fargo. Then you have Fergus Urquhart. I can't remember his name. Fuck.
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, he's at. Wait, yeah, I forget.
He's Obsidian, right? Anyway, these guys are all Fallout people from the past. I would have been
In Exile's Brian Fargo.
I would have had like a group message or something between Todd, them, and them, like, Zoom. Hey, Fallout, let's talk about Fallout, right?
Yeah.
And figure out how can we get some more Fallout stuff out there. And maybe hopefully they figured something out and greenlit something and we just haven't heard about it. And Todd would be kind of overseer of whatever this is.
Yep.
Hypothetically, is this a speculative? That's what I would have done. Like, I put myself in their shoes. Okay, you just bought Obsidian, you just bought in Exile, you just got ZeniMax Bethesda. You have the Fallout franchise. What do? I go to the creators of the franchise and the stewards of the franchise, and I say, let's figure out how to make this franchise keep ticking. As a manager or something, that's what I would think to do. Right.
I mean, it makes the most sense.
Yeah. So
obviously, I mean, again, when you have a franchise like that, you don't. Again, in a perfect world, you would have seen this coming with the Fallout TV series, right? And you would have had something in the pipeline, but you don't. But you have a season 2 and potentially a season 3 if all things go well. So this is going to stay in the people's minds, right? People are going to continue to play Fallout and experience Fallout. So I think that, yes, I think that meeting that you're suggesting probably did happen if Todd saw this opportunity as well and understands that you got to capitalize, right? Even if you're not doing the main line and you're going to hold on to your baby, which is fine. That's Todd's deal. That you have to let another New Vegas of some type happen. You have to let that go, and you have to be able to say, okay, I had a plan, but this TV show is too big. Fallout's seen this resurgence. We got time because people are going to continue to play these games for right now, but we got to get something started immediately. And I think that now with the talent, as you were talking about, Mav, underneath the Xbox umbrella, especially with a lot of the former Fallout people there and people who have experience, that you can put together a team relatively quickly, at least from a, design standpoint, at least from a concept standpoint, to get the project rolling. And then if you need to hire in or you need to decide who you're bringing over from what groups to form this team, you've got that, you've got that moment to do that, but you got to get something done because again, you got to capitalize.
And here's why. It's not just a current day, this next couple of years problem to have.
No,
this is a ongoing the next 20 years and after, like, problem. You have massive franchises.
Yes.
That currently you only have one team making the games.
Correct.
That take 5-6 years to make. People are not going to be content waiting 15 years for the sequels in their franchises. It's damaging to the brands of those games also, because the fan base fall off. You have a whole generation, new generations of gamers and all that kind of stuff. And literally between Skyrim and Elder Scrolls 6, it will have been over 10 years.
Yeah, because of Starfield in between.
Right.
Yeah.
So
because adding that third
and between Fallout 4 and they that's not a trend that can continue with big time franchises like that have massive player bases. Now, so it's something that if I was Microsoft and I was Phil Spencer and Matt Booty and stuff, it's like embracing our biggest brands that make us the most money. That we got to figure that out and figure out how to, and that's what they talked about when they did their whole restructuring thing, focusing on the bigger franchises that make the money. So this is something they've already probably been working on for a while, trying to figure that stuff in the back end. But like, they got to do something. And I figured that hopefully they would already have thought of that. So I would assume that we're not going to have to wait 10 years for the next fucking Fallout game.
Yeah, no, I really don't think there's any. I don't think there's any way. I think they have to. I don't care what Todd thinks about it. And again, Todd understands too that people. Continue to play his franchise. But he continues. He understands that they continue to play the franchises much longer than other games. But in this day and age, right, especially if we're talking business side of things as well, like you got to use this momentum. You've got to allow somebody, because Todd's not going to be around for forever. He knows that as well, right? So what happens when Todd leaves, right? He's got to have his studio in position to be able to produce, or have another team, or at least have an understanding that these franchises are big enough, especially the Elder Scrolls and Fallout now, to have breakaway games like a New Vegas on a regular basis, and it's not going to damage your mainline game. It's not going to take away from what Todd does or the main BGS team does with that fall.
That's what they should, also with with Halo. That's what they should have been doing. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
Like it's just that you got to be able to have the content that the people crave, plus also have your tent pole. That way it also gives people more patience for that thing as well, right? But like releasing one game in a franchise every like 12 years isn't usually gonna be the answer, you know. So
yes,
I think, and Todd's got to know that, right?
Yeah, Todd does have to know that. Bold Alpha, I saw your comment about Skyrim, because I had said that Bethesda games were still, mostly known. PC is the big platform for Bethesda games. The thing I'll say about Skyrim's total sales is because they've put it out so many times in so many different places that yes, the console will have a larger because they put it even on the freaking Switch. Okay. Plus they put out all those additions, whereas PC players with all the modding and stuff, they really only have to buy one copy one time. But I can guarantee you at launch of Skyrim, right? It was probably not like, I'm not talking about like 80% PC and 20% console, but I can almost guarantee you at launch, the first 10 million copies that were sold that first month, that PC had over 50%. But obviously over time, as they've resold Skyrim time and time again to console owners, especially, console owners probably have caught up because you put it on 3 platforms. Yeah, you put it, you put it on actually like 5 platforms if you count the different generations, right? But no, I get where you're coming from, Nate Dogg. Skyrim was a whole different beast too, right? For Elder Scrolls, it was ridiculous. And then what else did I see? Oh, go ahead.
What if In Exile makes a Fallout Tactics game?
I mean, it would be, they've seen the increase in Fallout Tactics all of a sudden too, right?
Yeah.
So why not? I'd be all for it. Again,
I mean, that's what Wasteland kind of is.
It is what Wasteland's a spiritual successor to Fallout.
But they're carrying the weight of the Fallout game now, like get people to pay attention. Wasteland 3 is fucking amazing, you know,
bro.
But like
again, I've said it. In Exile's the next one to blow up. Clockwork Revolution is going to be.
I agree, dude. That people are not paying attention
they don't
enough
understand
to that studio. Yeah.
Nope, they don't understand.
They have the best
fucking
fucking Twitter account in gaming.
Yes, they do. Their social media is rock star. Who else did I see? Oh, Antonio Newman. Do y'all think Starfield gets a sequel? Absolutely. It's part of the trifecta. Yeah. It's Todd's.
12 years is the plan. Of 12 years, we'll get a Starfield.
Starfield is the trifecta that Todd always wanted. It's his original baby. You've heard me go on about this. Like his own. Like he took and transformed Fallout. He took and transformed the Elder Scrolls. Both of that lore existed prior to Todd taking over, right? Now he did his thing with them, made them what they are. But Starfield is his original baby from the ground up from day one. Absolutely, they're going to do a Starfield sequel. Absolutely, freaking 1,000%.
And this game is going to get a lot of content and updates over the next 5-6 years, probably.
Yes.
It's going to get a lot of support.
Absolutely, man. Yep, 1,000%. I believe it. Let me see here. Man, good discussion there. I didn't know we were going to go on that one.
I think you got to have an Elder Scrolls single player studio. I think you got to have a Starfield studio, and you got to have a Fallout studio.
That's the ultimate goal. I think if I was Phil and if I was Todd, I'd be working towards that.
And then then you try and have the main studio once every 5 years be able to at least put out the next mainline franchise for those.
Yeah, with a maximum, what I would do, because people do play those games continuously, but I would like between those 3 franchises, you could have a 3-year gap potentially, right? A roll. I don't know how you would work that out. I don't know honestly how you rotate them, but yes, I think ultimately they do want at least another studio, at least one more studio that can work. Kind of like what CD Projekt Red is doing right now, right? They're already getting to work on Cyberpunk, the next one, while they're working on Witcher. But by the time they get the Witcher done, right, then they'll have that team over to Cyberpunk, and Cyberpunk will come out in a decent amount of time, not 8 years later, right? So hopefully, cross our fingers. The first one did take 8 years, but not this time around. I really don't have much else here, Mav. We did get another rumor this week, by the way, Mav, an interesting one, because we both appreciate Rocksteady, and obviously the founders, the co-founders, Jamie Walker and Sefton Hill, had left Rocksteady during Suicide Squad, and they formed their own studio, 100 Star. Rumor came out this week, Mav, that Xbox has signed them to make a game. And I saw people go, why would they do that if they're just going third party? Why are they doing exclusive deals? Why would they ever?
They're making games to make money.
They're making games.
They're a
And they're
big time
still
publisher. Why would Amazon sign other people to make games? Why would Amazon to do the deal with the Maverick Games, the former Playground devs? But they're a huge company that nobody's asking why they did it, right? Like it's fucking.
as we tried to tell you all, they're not full third party. Okay, they're not full third party. All right, so they're going to continue to do things that make sense. They're going to bring new experiences into their freaking ecosystem. All right, but signing this supposedly, again, it's all rumor, guys. Nothing's been confirmed, but this new team, again, we see a lot of studios being formed. As much as we see contraction, as much as we see devs losing their jobs, which has been horrendous over the past couple of years, especially, there's all these new studios being formed by a bunch of big people in this industry, and this is the next one. Rocksteady, obviously, don't have to tell people what they did. Obviously, people didn't like Suicide Squad, but obviously, Batman is what it is. The two founders making a new studio, Xbox hiring them. Man, let me get your idea here, because I think we're both in agreement. Cool. If this is real, awesome, great. I trust these two guys to form a new team and go do something. But obviously, they made a studio at one time that specialty was in licensed IP. Obviously, took Batman and did a pretty damn good job with Batman. Could Xbox be kind of dabbling in the licensed IP more and more here, Mav? Could they have hired these guys, assuming that they want to make another licensed IP game, to maybe get one of the other comic book characters that we've talked about a zillion times, and maybe try to bring back the band back together and make another Batman style game, but with a new one, with a new character? What do you think here, brother?
Yeah, I think it'd be amazing. I just get excited about the
Punisher.
But it was some of the founders of Rocksteady, right?
There's the two founders. Yeah, it was Jamie Walker and Sefton Hill, the two co-founders.
So whenever you see, like, here's the thing: whenever you see just talent leave and start a new studio, right? That's one thing, right? That happens a lot and stuff. You see,
sure.
When you have the founders of a successful studio like Rocksteady leave and found a new studio, pay attention to that studio. Remember when Vince Zampella left Infinity Ward and Jason West and that group left Infinity Ward? We were like, oh, okay, what are they gonna do? You know, formed Respawn. What have they done? Right, a little bit. Those just okay. So it mentioned some of the studio people from Interplay that had studios under Interplay, right? The founders of some of those studios had left, and then they multiple people formed Obsidian, formed in Exile, right? Pay attention to those studios, right? Like when you have these special people that know how to operate these things, that are super visionary, talented, and good businessmen, good creatives, have done it before. Pay attention to those studios, right?
Like Zampella?
Yes, like Zampella.
Like Hauser? Yeah. Hauser's new studio too? Yeah.
Pay attention to
this studio. This studio, by the way, Mav, already has 100 people, supposedly, according to their website.
Really?
David. Yes.
What's the name of the studio again?
It's called 100 Star.
100 Star.
Yep. And their website says the company has 100 people.
What does does they have like a like a saying, or what do they call it? Like a quote or whatever.
Philosophy. Yeah, the philosophy.
Yeah.
Our philosophy on their website is, quote, our ethos is of creating a small team of only 100 industry veterans and emerging talents who are committed to crafting cutting-edge gaming experiences that inspire and captivate players worldwide. The company's overview continues on. With innovation at our core, we're dedicated to pushing boundaries, embracing diversity, and fostering a vibrant gaming community. Our empowering company culture is unique to the industry, which encourages leadership at all levels, accountability, team support, vulnerability, and connection. Pretty standard.
Yeah, that's pretty standard just recruitment for like, hey, this is a great place to work, you know.
Yep.
I didn't know sometimes they'll give like insight into the kind of games that they want to make, right? With those
Yeah,
things.
Sometimes they will, yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So oh man, if that rumor's true and they did a deal with Xbox, I honestly possibilities are endless on what they could make. Like licensed stuff, I would think you'd have to start looking more towards the Marvel, Disney, Star Wars-y type stuff, because they're more doing a lot of deals. But then you also have to look at, okay, well, maybe like Hasbro-y type properties as well could be a thing, you know. There's other licenses out there, like you could do like Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Like I don't know, there's tons of possibilities, man. I'm really curious. I doubt it would be like Batman, you know, obviously because that's WB, right? And I don't think they're doing necessarily deals with them. So
no,
I would look at a possibility that they could be branching out, because why sign that studio, you know, unless they already had a vision for what they're doing, and what is that vision? Like if you have a signing like that, if it's true, then there's a pitch that goes along with it, right? There's a some kind of game or some kind of sampling that's like, hey, check this out. You want to get in on this, right? And like fund this game. You go around to different publishers or whatever and get the best deal for you. And I just don't know what it could be. Like, would that studio, because of the relationship they had with WB Discovery, be capable of signing a deal with them before? You know, possibly. Or would they start looking elsewhere? You know, maybe Marvel sees an opportunity. Hey, the guys that made Batman fucking are starting their own studio. Let's talk to those guys about making one of our games.
Correct.
Oh, you know, Insomniac's we already got them going with all of our. What about Xbox? Like, okay, so this could be the Xbox studio, like Insomniac, right? That could make like ongoing Marvel type games. I don't know, man. It's like, who knows what the fuck's gonna happen? Yeah. But I'll tell you this: the founders of Rocksteady could be making a game with Xbox, and that alone fucking excites me.
Yes, sir.
That would be like,
excites me.
If that'd be like if when the doctors left BioWare, if they had formed a new studio and it got funded by Xbox, I would be fucking hyped, right?
Oh yeah.
But instead, BioWare crumbled. Well, that being said, dude, we're gonna see. That's another thing that happened. Just while we're talking about BioWare, real quick.
Yeah.
It showed up randomly. Dragon Age Dreadwolf on the storefront for Xbox to pre-install. Did you see this?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. And it had a description and everything. This goes along with Jez's hint that we took in his predictions for the Xbox showcase. There was a little bit of a tease that Xbox had third-party marketing rights for a game from a weary fan base that will offer solace to fans of a weary fan base, right? And we tried to pick apart, and you know, Dragon Age was one of those games. So Dragon Age, I think, is going to show up at the Xbox showcase with Xbox marketing, and we'll see what kind of condition that game's in.
You think so, huh?
I'm almost 100%.
I think it's Summer's Games Fest. I think that's where we're going to see it, because Xbox even has some stuff for Keighley for the Summer Games Fest, supposedly.
So you think they showed there with Xbox marketing? Because Keighley doesn't, on the third parties, doesn't usually do the Xbox.
Yeah,
marketing.
no, I don't think they have marketing rights.
I think Jez was hinting at that.
Okay.
Did you see what Jez said in his article?
I think I did. I don't remember exact word.
But he was like, there is a third party game that has like has a weary that will offer solace, who's a character from Dragon Age. This is the main character from the last Dragon Age, right? That was teased to be in this Dragon Age. That will offer solace to fans of a weary fan base, right? And so, it was going to be gameplay debut or whatever, gameplay debut.
Okay.
Well,
then so, maybe it does make sense. Maybe that totally makes sense.
And then you have this showing up on the Xbox storefront and stuff. I'm thinking like, okay, this is all adding up to be Dragon Age, that we should get the gameplay debut of it at the Xbox show.
Yeah.
And with Xbox marketing behind it. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see.
But the Xbox marketing wouldn't make sense if it was at the Summer Game Fest, because Keighley usually doesn't go with that with the third parties.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't at all. I guess anything's possible. I guess I'm just not holding my breath for Dragon Age. I don't have faith in BioWare anymore.
Yeah, I know.
It's just a name. None of the original people are BioWare. So when I'm downplaying BioWare, I'm not downplaying the BioWare. I'm downplaying the current version. Literally, every single veteran is gone now. There is no known veteran from BioWare anymore. Not to say that this new team can't be talented and can't do something. I just don't have a whole lot of faith that they're going to carry forward the Dragon Age, but we'll see. We'll see. I want to be proven wrong on this one for sure. So I want to see them come back with a vengeance and this new team understand the original direction that BioWare took with their games and the original story building and world building and character building. I sure hope they can replicate that, because that would be massive if BioWare can get back on top again. I just have a feeling it's a name only nowadays. So, but we'll see. We'll see, man. We'll see. But yeah, I can't wait to see. Again, we're in showcase season. Like, this is now happening. Like, I can't believe we're only like a week and a half out. Like, this is nuts. This is going to be crazy time, because we've got a whole lineup. Like, everybody's starting to line up all their showings. That week is going to be nuts. We got Devolver, we got Summer's Games Fest, we got the Future Game Show for PC, and of course we got the Xbox Showcase. Then we have Ubisoft Forward next day on Monday. Like, we are in full swing, folks. And there's going to be some exciting times. And obviously, Xbox's show, again, me and Matt both believe it's going to be the biggest show they've ever had. So it's going to be crazy. Anything else you want to get to tonight, Mav? Anything else?
There was the Amazon publishing thing for Maverick Games.
Oh, yeah. Maverick Games. Maverick Games is under... Wait, is that the same?
They signed a deal with Amazon for their game, supposedly.
Yeah. Amazon Games, former Forza Horizon developers for Maverick Games, AAA narrative-led open-world driving game for PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles was signed, like Mav said, publishing deal by Amazon. So former Playground devs making a Playground game.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. And is that the same? What's Nacon doing? Nacon's is proud to announce the creation of
it's that same story, just different studio, pretty much.
Different studio, right? Revo Sim. Nacon is a proud to announce the creation of a department dedicated to racing, as well as the launch of Revo Sim Racing. It's a premium racing brand. So they're also doing, must be a line of accessories, I would imagine. More information coming soon. So it sounds like they're also going to hop in. And then we did get the new trailer, Mav, this week as well, for Test Drive Solar Crown. Still not doing anything for me, brother.
Yeah. We'll see.
I mean, I love trying all racing games. It's not doing. What's the name of the groups? The Streets, and what's the name of the rich group? I forget what they
don't know.
The Streets and the something. I was watching that trailer. I hope, because I love Test Drive back in the day, I hope that it has the same feeling as the old Test Drive. I just not getting it from the trailers or the gameplay, but I'm always down for a new racing game. So we'll see.
Yeah. Psycho was talking about 75% are CD Projekt Red devs. No, that's the studio. That's the Activision studio.
That's the Activision
Elsewhere
studio.
Entertainment.
Elsewhere, Yep, exactly. And they did not hire. Some people were running with that they hired 75% of CD Projekt Red.
Right.
That's not the case. It's not the case.
It's like 70% or something.
75%
studio that's there came from.
Yes, like 20, 25 people, whatever.
Right.
So it'd be like, whatever. I can't do math right now, anyways. But yeah, that's the way it goes. But yeah, no, that was the Elsewhere one that was hiring CD Projekt Red people. So, I think that's about it. The People Can Fly game that they've signed with Xbox is also in full production now.
Yeah.
So they announced that this week. Again, Poland's different. We get a lot of information from Polish studios on a regular basis because they are required by the government, and they have government ties. So they're required to make that public. That's why we get all these CD Projekt Red updates all the time with like very specific numbers, like down to the number of employees working on each project. Like, they are required to do that. So People Can Fly confirmed that $50 million plus game is in full swing that Microsoft is funding with them. So that's cool too. Can't wait to see what they're doing. I love People Can Fly too. So all right, man. Anything else at all? Oh, I should say this. A lot of people were wondering why so many influencers and including Colt Eastwood, were out in London. They went to a Fallout 76. I should have said this after we talked about Todd celebration, where they got to see behind the scenes stuff of what they got planned for Fallout 76. And Colt also said they had an absolute bombshell to share. Can't wait to discuss Tuesday, June 11th. So, which means we're probably going to see something at the June 9th showcase from that team.
Yeah.
Mav? Now, remember that team is not the ESO team. That's not ZeniMax Online.
Right.
So we're gonna get ZeniMax Online probably showing.
We've been speculating on that for a while. Yeah.
We've speculated on that for a while, but also the Fallout 76 team has an absolute bombshell to share.
Interesting.
Interesting. Wonder what's going on.
We're gonna have an amazing time, dude. A week away, we're gonna be fucking like. When is the Summer Game Fest? On the 7th, I think, right?
7th, correct.
So
and that's a Friday.
And then the Xbox show is the 9th or the 10th?
The 9th, Sunday.
Okay.
And then the Ubisoft Forward is the 10th.
Okay.
And then Saturday we got Future Game Show, etc.
Y'all gotta have some fun with us.
What time's Games Fest? I'm gonna have to get home from work because I'm assuming we're just gonna not do Ultimate that night and just do Games Fest coverage, right?
Well, it depends on the time, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll probably just do the day, like whenever. Yeah.
Because Games Fest is usually that's
opening night.
Right?
Usually,
it's at night. So Games Fest 2024.
We'll be co-streaming all this shit. All of it.
Yeah, we're gonna be. Yeah, I'll see how much I can.
Full Pong me not, but I will.
Yeah, but I'm gonna. Yeah, no. I'm obviously. We're gonna have a ton of coverage. That's for damn sure.
Summer Game Fest.
Games Fest. Let's see here. June 7th, Summer Games Fest live. 4 p.m. it starts. It sounds like, right?
4 p.m. Pacific. That'd be 6 our time.
No. 5 p.m. Eastern. Sorry. So 4 p.m. your time.
Okay, 4 our time. That's gonna be like a 2-hour thing, probably. Yeah. Maybe his things can go 3 hours sometimes, bro.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll probably just do that. But there's other stuff that day too, right? There's Day of the Devs.
Yeah, there's Day of the Devs that
Devolver
time. That comes right after that. Devolver Direct starts at 7:00 our time. Future of Play Direct is at 10 o'clock our time.
So I'm assuming his thing's gonna be 2 hours because it goes from Summer Game Fest to Day of the Devs and then to
okay.
Yep. And then
Devolver
Future
Direct.
of Play Direct. What the fuck is that?
That's Saturday. I think no, because that's late. That's 10 o'clock our time. So yeah, I don't know what that Future Game Show starts at 2 o'clock our time Saturday afternoon. So that'll be right after me. Steel, get done.
And then 1 p.m. Eastern is the Xbox show.
This one's saying 12 p.m. Why does it say 12 p.m.? Am I looking at a weird
I don't know. I'm on the summergamefest.com.
Oh, okay. Well, you're probably looking at something better. This is this is Dexerto. They should be having the right times. What the fuck are they doing?
For the,
all right, well, whatever.
The Xbox show, there's an Xbox show on the Summer Game Fest. It's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, because this says 12 p.m. Eastern.
So I don't know.
Anyways, we'll figure it out. 9 a.m. Pacific, 11 o'clock Central.
Maybe that's when the pre-show starts.
Yeah, probably pre-show. That's probably what it is. Probably pre-show. All right, well, we'll figure it out. Yeah, we're gonna have lots of fun though. It is showcase season. I hope you guys are all excited. Christmas for gamers.
Yeah,
we are gonna be. Sunday is gonna be just outrageous.
Yeah,
we're gonna have some freaking fun.
Oof. Oh, I can't wait, bro. By the way, I already know what's going to be there, guys. So you know the Xbox Showcase, the same source that leaked the whole show to me last year. I got the goods again. I'm going to put it out on Twitter probably tomorrow. You'll see it, the list of every game that's going to be at the Xbox show. Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah. Look forward to that.
I can't wait.
If you liked last year's list. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Same source.
Same source.
And you know how accurate it was.
So are we already going to get an announcement for Pony Tamer 3 and 4 together?
Just wait.
What? Because we have 1 and 2.
I don't want to spoil it. Now I'll wait till tomorrow to spoil it.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Well, everybody be on the lookout for Mav's leak. It's always an amazing one. I hope you use that freaking classic format too that everybody uses when they say they got a leak off the off screen.
I can't say what format it's in because it was just sent to me that way.
Okay.
From the leaker.
Okay, all right.
The anonymous source.
Stay tuned, everybody, for Mavs leaks to the entire Xbox showcase. It's always an
Insider.
interesting one. Insider. Yep. Insider. Yeah. Mav is a total insider. Anyways, everybody, thank you for joining us tonight for an extended PM in the PM, including the co-stream of the Sony State of Play, which most people, according to Jeff Keighley's poll, did not like. So, or thought it was mid. So anyways, it has been a fun Thursday night. It is getting dark here. I didn't have my main light on, so I had to turn on this little light. But appreciate you all for swinging on through. I know there's a lot of people co-streaming a lot of different places talking about the Sony showcase, or Sony State of Play. Please, we do need to showcase Sony at some point. State of Play. So thank you all for joining us. That did. Appreciate all the comments and all the talking going on in there. And obviously we had a good time tonight, man, as we always do on Thursday nights. Love getting together with my brother. So Mav, let's get everybody out of here. We gonna do Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night, or should I just say the Fuzzy Mav and Pong show tomorrow night?
That's what we're doing. The Fuzzy, it'll be PMF or FMP or MFP.
Yeah, something. PMF, PMF.
I don't know.
It's almost like PMS, but
PMF in the PM tomorrow night. Xbox Ultimate Podcast. Tune in 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and then back Monday. FSP Fun Speculation Podcast in the week lead up to show season tomorrow, and then we'll have Thursday next week PM in the PM. Normal time, normal place here. Fun Speculation. Pong Soul. What about you?
Yes, sir. Everybody, you know the drill. You can find me, Pong Soul, of course, on the X formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Steam, Pong Soul on Epic, Pong Soul on GOG. Find me, I will find you. Appreciate y'all being here. Again, nothing but love and respect. Tomorrow night, as Mav said, Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Be there. No matter how many of us are together, we always have a good time on Friday nights right here on the Fun Speculation Network. So you got to join in. And of course, Saturday morning, you got to set those alarms already. You know, Steele and I are going to be fired up for a little living split screen where we get the Splitters hype train going early and often, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Be there, buckle up. We got a lot to get into. Steele's gonna, you know how we do our intros. We talk about what we've been playing. Steele's been playing a lot of Wuthering Waves, so it's gonna be heavy. He's loving it.
I feel like every time I look on YouTube, he's streaming Wuthering Waves.
Yes, bro, he's in. So we know we're gonna have a big conversation about that, of course, and other things as well as we cover all the topics. 4+ hours. Buckle up for your Saturday morning and afternoon, at least the early part, to be taken care of with Living Split Screen. And of course, Saturday night is the best place to be. The Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. That's right, Blam, Fuzzy, myself, and we usually have a guest or two on board for Saturday nights. Have us on in the background while you're playing those vids. It is just a chill time. We have great conversations over there. So join us there, 9 p.m. Eastern. Actually, no, we are switching. I believe this week it does switch. 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, because PTK has a new work schedule. So I believe that it's starting this week. So join us for the Shop Podcast Saturday night. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming's channel. Boomstick is the man. 5 days a week, but Tuesdays, it's all good things green on the Xbox. Factor Podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Join in for that. And, of course, God willing, right back here with this man right here, one of my favorites, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM next Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. It's going to start getting spicy next week. Man. Leaks are happening. If you do not like leaks, if you do not like speculation, if you do not like showcase hype, you might want to tune out for next week, because we are going to be living it next week, no matter what happens. And we're going to talk about it. So join us next week. Y'all, you guys are fantastic. It's the golden age of gaming. Get out there, play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Have a great night. Matt, get us out of here, brother.
Peace out, everyone. Bye.
Bye.